4 years ago, the United States had its last midterm election under the presidency of Donald Trump. Republicans lost control of the United States House of Representatives and gained ground in the United States Senate. They lost 5% of their state legislative seats, 6 governorships, and other down ballot races. Now, under President Joe Biden, the American people are about to let us know how they grade the Biden administration. I predict that Republicans will win control of the House of Representatives and that they will possibly win control of the United States Senate. Either way, we're going to find out. America's choice. All right, so now let's get down to the state of the vote for the United States Congress. So, in the United States Senate, we're able to say that Vermont will elect its second Democrat in history. Peter Welch will easily be the next United States Senator, with 1% of precincts reporting. Vermont's blue lean will continue for, at minimum, another 2 years. Rand Paul will win a third term in the United States Senate. He has a 12-point margin so far, but that's expected to grow. South Carolina will easily re-elect its Senator Tim Scott against Crystal Matthews. The state of Georgia is too early to call. The state of Florida is too early to call. The state of North Carolina is too early to call. The state of Indiana is too early to call. The state of New Hampshire is too early to call. As for the United States House of Representatives, we're able to say that Republicans will keep the 5th District in Kentucky with Hal Rogers. We're able to project that Jeff Duncan in the 3rd District and William Timmons in the 4th will be reelected to the United States House of Representatives. Now, on the gubernatorial level, we'll find out later on. Actually, we can just find out right now. We're able to say that it is too early to call, but that's the United States Senate. For governor of Florida, incumbent Republican governor Ron DeSantis is leading former governor and former Republican, now Democrat Charlie Crist, by about 10 percentage points. It is expected that Governor DeSantis will pretty comfortably defeat Representative Crist, who resigned from the House of Representatives after being nominated for governor. If we can take a look at the state of Massachusetts, so far, State Attorney General Maura Healey is expected to easily defeat Jeff Deal, former state legislator. However, it is too early to say, as no results have come back yet. But so far, that is how the vote is so far. Maggie Hassan, the incumbent, is leading Don Bolduc by 30 points. We're able to say that Todd Young is leading Tom McDermott by 26 points. The state of North Carolina, Sherry Beasley, the former Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, a former Justice of the state Supreme Court, has a 19-point edge. But so far, some of the most interesting races in the country, we will only be able to find out in a few hours. For example, my home state of Utah has an independent, Democrat-endorsed independent as the main opponent against Mike Lee. So far in the U.S. House of Representatives, a number of districts are too early to call. In the state of Indiana, not a single one has been called. The state of North Carolina, a number of districts are reporting. One is now reporting in Ohio. The state of Ohio, we're able to say that Tim Ryan has a 48-point lead against J.D. Vance, but that's too early to say. What's interesting about the state of Florida is that even though Marco Rubio has a 9-point lead, the state of Florida we won't know for a little bit because of the fact that the Panhandle, the Western Panhandle, is in one time zone and the rest of the state is in another. The state of Florida has been trending Republican in recent years, considering the fact that the demographics are interesting. There's a lot of minorities, Hispanics of various ethnic backgrounds, elderly people, young people. Florida has been out of reach for Democrats, except for one race in 2018. since 2012, the state of Florida has been increasingly difficult for Democrats to win. Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried was their one bright spot. They almost flipped the governorship in 2018. However, they're going to get crushed by Ron DeSantis in 2022, regardless if he runs for president of the United States in 2024 against Donald Trump. So far, Robinson County, Kentucky is voting. So far, it's voting to the left of the 2020 result. Davis County, Indiana is voting 5 points more Republican. And Citrus County, Florida is voting 6 points more Republican. But so far, we're able to say that Democrats are up in Ohio and Georgia, but they're down in Florida, North Carolina, Indiana, and they're up in New Hampshire. But we're able to say so far that the rest of these races have yet to be called. But I'm willing to say that Republicans have nothing to worry about Alabama, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, the Dakotas, Iowa, Idaho, and honestly Utah. Evan McMullen, his coalition, I think will be impressive, but I don't think it'll be enough. State of Alaska, I can't imagine a Democrat winning in that complicated contest. But I am expecting a Republican-controlled Senate, maybe 51-49 at most. I don't expect it to be a red wave. I expect a red ripple, maybe. And as for the House of Representatives, I can't give an exact margin, but I'm expecting at minimum 214 seats for Republicans to at most 246. So if it's 246, that's a wave, easily, a red wave on the House level. If it's less than 230 seats, I'd say a red ripple. Anything beyond 235 would be a wave. 230 to 235 is, well, I'd say at that point that's a wave. 240 seats, that's a tsunami. So far, none of the other races have been called yet because of it being too early to call. I'm going to go see about the governor races in Massachusetts, Maine, Maryland, and maybe Vermont and New Hampshire, because they have Republican governors in New Hampshire and Vermont, and they're exceptionally popular. They are exceptionally popular, and they won big in 2020. So far, no results yet. So far, we're able to say that Governor Phil Scott, in his bid for a fourth term, has a supermajority against his Democratic challenger, but the polls have been narrowing up on the New Hampshire gubernatorial level. But I don't seriously expect the Democrats to have much of a chance of retaining, of flipping the governorship. Currently, it is too close to call. Well, too early to call with 6% of precincts reporting, but considering how popular Governor Sununu is, unless his opponent knows something that we don't, he's probably going to win a fourth term as governor. Charles Green asks us, what do you think the odds are that Zeldin pulls off the upset in New York State? I don't expect Congressman Zeldin to win on the governor level because of the fact, I mean, he's doing a very good job. I mean, considering that how blue New York State is, but I don't expect him to be able to win against Governor Hochul. And that's not to say that she's a great governor. It's to say she is buoyed, some would say, by the fact that Republicans aren't a majority of registered voters. They don't do that well in New York City. The only part of New York City they do really well in is Staten Island. They're not able to have a lot of support outside of Staten Island. Upstate New York is their only other region, the western area of New York State, with exceptions of a few blue pockets of strength. Democrats generally have the advantage in New York State. So I would say he doesn't have much of a chance of winning on the gubernatorial level, considering what a disadvantage he would have in terms of what percentage of the state of New York lives in New York City and how they vote, fairly or not. We're able to say that Todd Young has a 28-point lead in Indiana. Florida is looking to be pretty decisive right now. It looks like Marco Rubio is going to crush Val Demings. The state of Georgia is lagging in terms of their vote, what they're reporting, but Raphael Warnock is beating Herschel Walker convincingly as of now, but that's going to inevitably tighten up. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I just don't see how JD Vance is going to lose this thing. I think Tim Ryan has no chance of winning. I thought maybe he might make it competitive, and he will, but I don't see how he's going to be able to counteract the rural base of Ohio that is increasingly loving Republicans. Um, Democrats haven't won a statewide race outside of the U.S. Senate in a partisan contest. They haven't won anything other than Ohio's other seat um, since 2012. Ohio, Iowa, and Florida have been increasingly uh, happy to be Republican voting states. Georgia lagging behind in reported vote count, color me shocked. Well, yeah. The interesting thing I see in this whole thing is that you have Republicans and Democrats alike already refusing to accept the results when, if a Democrat wins in the state of Florida, which I don't expect to happen, first things first, let's be honest with ourselves. That isn't to be really surprising considering, you can't call it rigged just because you don't like the results. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Republicans control pretty much everything in the state of Florida with the exception of the agriculture commissioner. The Republicans have the ability to do whatever they want in Florida. I don't imagine that Ron DeSantis has anything to worry about in terms of Democrats voting him out of the governorship. They can dream about it, they can want that, but it's just not going to happen. They don't have that kind of voting demographic that can equal a majority. Now we can look to the House of Representatives. Republicans have 4 seats. 2 of them were just uncontested. Democrats didn't even bother. Which I think maybe for 2024, they should try to field candidates in all districts. And the reason why is because of the fact that that can affect the popular vote. That can affect upper and down ballot races. Because in Georgia, they found Biden got more votes in districts where they had someone else on the ticket versus when they didn't. And that may have made the difference in the state of Georgia. The thing I find interesting about this election is the fact that it was ever a question. Some people wondered, would this be the midterm where the cycle's broken? I don't think so. This is interesting. I still expect Governor Sununu to win, but I'm just a little amazed that so far he's not already taken the lead yet. Manchester, which is a pretty Democratic city, is still pretty heavily Republican at the moment. So far, I don't see any incumbents having lost yet. So far, it's way too early to even call any races for challengers to incumbents, but so far, it's looking pretty interesting. I'm looking at Virginia because Virginia was like an example of a state that was once Republican becoming a pretty blue state. 2017 was a huge deal because they easily retained the governorship and they nearly took the state house. A tie was broken in favor of Republicans, and they vowed they'd be back in 2 years, and they won the state legislature. Then they lost the Senate and governorship 2 years later, which was hilarious because of how we were supposed to expect that Biden was going to somehow do a good job and all, but he didn't. And that's why the votes. I expect a Republican Congress, maybe not a red wave, but I'm expecting it's going to be, um, it's going to be something interesting. Anyway, so far the House of Representatives is going to take a while to come back. We don't have any results from New York State, but what we're able to say so far is that the United States Senate is where it's going to be at in terms of where the battle is going to be, because without the Senate, Joe Biden is powerless. With the Senate, he has something. So far, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to call that the state of Indiana will reelect Todd Young. I don't imagine how the vote is going to narrow up. The state of North Carolina is too early to call. The state of Florida is too early to call. However, at some point, there's one would have to say Val Demings is going to lose. So far, Miami-Dade County. I mean, you're losing in Miami-Dade County. That used to be a very Democratic county, and the fact that you're trailing, or you might even lose Miami-Dade County, I don't imagine how a Democrat can win in Florida without Miami-Dade County. Orange County is pretty competitive. Volusia County, uh, Leon and Gadsden County, Florida, are pretty competitive compared. Well, not competitive, but they're not as blue as some might want. Duval County with Jacksonville is competitive. Orange County is competitive. Lee County is too early to call. Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, the Democrats are getting swamped over there. So far, it's not looking good for Florida Democrats. I'm not even looking at the state legislature yet, but I can already anticipate it's not going to be a good evening for Florida Democrats. Now, moving past the United States Senate, which is starting to narrow up a little bit, but let's be honest with ourselves, Val Demings is going to lose. Ron DeSantis is now up even further. He's doing a little better than Marco Rubio, even though there are fewer votes reported. It's looking to be a landslide on the House and Senate, on the Senate and gubernatorial level. I mean, a number of these races we could just call right now for Republicans because of the fact that they're utterly non-competitive, and for Democrats too, but so far we don't have any results back. But the fact that now Governor Sununu is only down by 1.4%. It's interesting the fact that it's even this close in the early vote, but the fact of the matter is that it is an early vote. So far, as the night goes on, we're going to get more results out of those states, out of these states. But so far, it's going to be something. I hope that if Republicans take the Congress, I'm hoping that will force Biden to accept the reality that the voters don't want what he's selling. That's the one thing I could hope for, but I don't expect Republicans to actually try to hold Joe Biden accountable. Indiana, this is interesting. The more votes come in, the more the Republican is doing well. But I mean, it's Indiana, but I don't actually expect him to win by 30 points. The Commonwealth of Kentucky, this is the best margin Rand Paul's ever had. State of Ohio is lagging behind the most. State of New Hampshire is too early to call. North Carolina, 42% of the vote is in. I don't expect Sherry Beasley to win, but I mean, if she does, that's a remarkable victory, a huge turnaround because she was voted off of the Supreme Court in 2020. I think she was the Chief Justice. I believe that she was the Chief Justice. I can just look that up real fast. Sherry Beasley, the former Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court. She served on the Supreme Court overall from 2012 to 2020, and her last year and a half was as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. She lost by 401 votes. And considering that's a nonpartisan race, I mean, look at that. Look at that. I don't know if she was exactly the best choice, but I mean, who else could North Carolina Democrats get that could fire up the base, considering what their disadvantages are? But I'm willing to say that Indiana is going to stay Republican. Marco Rubio is going to win re-election. New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio are too early to call. But every county that's reporting so far is voting more Republican in Florida than it did in 2020. So I'm expecting a huge shift to the Republicans compared to 2020. We're able to say that Virginia will stay Republican, at least in this particular House district. Morgan Griffith defeats Tasha Devon by a 50-point margin so far. Florida, most of the precincts are coming back, but John Rutherford will be reelected. He's unopposed. And Matt Gaetz will be reelected because there's no way anyone's actually going to be able to beat him in that kind of a district. But so far, it is considerably too early to call for the U.S. House of Representatives. The United States Senate is too early to call, but what's interesting is just how much all sides involved fought over these seats, and how much Democrats have had to spend to even be competitive. I mean, if money equaled votes, this would be a tsunami for Democrats. But considering that money doesn't equal votes, and people have made up their minds almost after the primaries were over, it's pretty clear that some people's money was wasted tonight, and um, I think you're going to see a split verdict in some states. I expect Arizona to go red for governor and possibly for U.S. Senate. I expect Pennsylvania to elect a Democratic governor but a Republican senator. And then you see some states with and Kansas with a Democratic governor and a Republican senator. Um, so in some states you'll have a split verdict. In others it will be a pretty consistent ticket vote. But so far it's just not looking that good for Democrats because of the unpopularity of President Joe Biden. Joe Biden, his approval rating has been underwater for over a year. Um, I mean, but his numbers were ticking up considerably. Um, and it looked like maybe that might help, but now it's pretty clear that Joe Biden, his numbers are just too poor. He's disapproved of by over 10 percentage points. And it's pretty clear that's going to hurt him pretty significantly at the polls. Obama's approval ratings were a little better, but that didn't help very much when they lost 63 seats in the House. But with a closer House than in 2010, that gives Democrats the ability to have maybe fewer seats to have to worry about. But still, you're having to deal with quite a bit here. Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably going to beat Marcus Flowers in a landslide. But so far, the fact of the matter is, it is just too early in some states. But so far, most of these districts in Florida have come back with some kind of results. Marco Rubio, I mean, how he would be able to lose at this point would be beyond me. I don't imagine Val Demings being able to pull off an upset. The only notable upset in the U.S. Senate, I would argue, would be in Delaware in 1972, where Joe Biden beat the Republican there by only a handful, like a few thousand votes. But so far, it is. I don't imagine any Senate seats being a particular surprise. Some of them are just nail biters. So far, let's go to the New Hampshire gubernatorial. Democrats are up by only 0.2%, a 139 vote lead. It is just too early to call. Anyway, so far, the U.S. Senate it looks like there is a lot of ticket splitting in New Hampshire. While the people willing to vote for Chris Sununu are voting for Maggie Hassan, or those voting for Maggie Hassan are voting for Chris Sununu. Either way, we're able to project Republicans have picked up another seat. They've won a seat in the state of Florida. Republican incumbent Michael Waltz beats Libertarian challenger Joseph Hanisch. So, in terms of the governor's races in some parts of the country, I'm not exactly under the belief that Democrats have understood what dangers they really were in. We're able to project that Democrats are now have won 5 seats. They've won a single one in Illinois, one in Massachusetts, and 3 in Florida. Some of these races, however, are just simply too early to say. But Democrats now have picked up an additional 2 seats, one in North Carolina, one in Georgia. These are not flips, they're holds. But so far, no seats have flipped one way or the other. As for the U.S. Senate, we're able to project Democrats will retain Illinois for the first time since 1986. An incumbent senator was reelected. Democrats will retain the state of Maryland. They'll retain Connecticut for the United States Senate. The state of Alabama will elect its first female senator, Katie Britt. Republicans will retain the U.S. Senate seats in Oklahoma, with Markwayne Mullin beating Kendra Horn for the special election, and James Lankford beating Madison Horn for the seat for the regular election in Oklahoma. So we're able to say that Republicans are trailing by 6 Senate seats. Republicans need to gain 1, a net gain of 1, to take control of the Senate. Democrats have to retain everything if they want to even have a 50-50 tie. But they really want to pick up the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which has John Fetterman up by a 69-point spread. Ohio is too early to call. State of North Carolina is too close to call. Georgia's too close to call. Florida is too early to call. But what's interesting, though, is the fact that, if Democrats retain control of Congress, what do we actually expect them to do? They say democracy is on the line in every midterm election. We hear this day in and day out. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy. We hear this. And then when they are given power, they don't do anything. Even when they would have a golden opportunity, some would say. Republicans are now up with another 2 districts that they've won. They've carried 2 in Pennsylvania. A number of these areas are likely Republican. Other areas are toss-ups. And other areas are likely Democratic. Now, as we look at the state of Florida for the United States Senate, we're able to say that there is a significant outcome that Marco Rubio is going to win. Considering how much of an advantage he's had the entire time, he's probably not even broken a sweat in this campaign. However, the state of Oklahoma and Alabama, as well as the states of Kentucky and North and South Carolina, are having given their seats to the Republicans. Those seats are again out of reach. And while Sherry Beasley is up by 10 percentage points, her lead has been dwindling, and that's the interesting thing. Democrats lead early in North Carolina, but by the time it's all said and done, they lose. So far the race is leaning towards Ted Budd because of the fact that the later on vote, the earlier in the night vote, does favor Republicans in North Carolina. Pennsylvania is too early to call. Ohio is going to lean Republican. The state of Indiana is going to go Republican. Democrats are up currently in Missouri, but that's going to go by the time the early votes have been counted and the in-person vote is counted. So far, Democrats have 40 seats. They just need to get 11 more to have an improvement. They want to pick up an additional 12 to have a 52-48 majority so that they wouldn't need West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin and Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. But so far, Democrats have been on the defense. They were trying to go on the offense, but the polls have shown that that's not going to be what's going on. We're able to project for the governorship of Florida. We're able to say that Ron DeSantis has been reelected to a second term as governor of Florida, beating former Governor Charlie Crist, a former Republican turned Democrat. This is, again, another statewide loss for Charlie Crist. Christ has lost by 15 points. This is the first time since 2006, with Charlie Crist as a Republican winning a majority of votes for governor. He has lost by the worst margin for anybody running for governor since 2002, when Jeb Bush beat his Democratic opponent. Charlie Crist never had much of a chance. The primary was too nasty. The state's demographics too Republican for him to overcome. The fact he's losing in Miami-Dade County means that Ron DeSantis will be the reelected governor of Florida, with or without Donald Trump's endorsement. Republicans have an additional 2 seats for the House of Representatives. Democrats have an additional 2 seats. But so far, it is too early to call for the House of Representatives. New Hampshire is too early. Pennsylvania, Ohio are too early. Indiana effectively is going to stay red. But the state of Missouri is too early to call. One of my friends who's watching the stream live is not happy that Ron DeSantis was reelected. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to make of DeSantis when he was first elected. I mean, when that comment he made about his opponent who was black didn't help him, but I think now DeSantis has a mandate from the people. He has a majority. Rick Scott, who's now a United States Senator, never got a majority. He always had a plurality. So now DeSantis has a mandate from the people to do whatever he wants. Charlie Crist. What's interesting about him, he actually has been a politician for years, since 1992. He was a Republican, then an independent, then a Democrat. Charles Joseph Crist Jr. was a state senator, education commissioner, attorney general, governor, and United States representative, and he has now lost again. He ran for the U.S. Senate, losing by over 26 points as a Republican, and it was a disaster for him. However, he was appointed by Governor Jeb Bush to be Florida Education Commissioner until he was elected Attorney General as a Republican. Republicans have held the Attorney General's office since 2003. That's a pretty good portrait of Charlie Crist. He beat his Democratic opponent in a pretty healthy fashion. And then he didn't serve a second term because he successfully ran for governor. He opposed gay marriage as governor and adoption, but he moderated that later on. He didn't run for a second term as governor, which I bet he regrets right now. He ran for the United States Senate as an independent. He split the vote with the Democrats because he was going to run as a Republican, but then he decided to drop out because it was clear he was going to lose. The Democratic primary was not particularly competitive, with the U.S. representative winning. But and the polls show that initially Charlie Crist had a fighting chance because the Democrats were mostly backing him. But by the time it was all said and done, Charles Crist lost by almost 20 points to Marco Rubio, losing most of the counties. He only won a few counties. Kendrick Meek only won a few counties. It was an utter disaster. The Democratic vote combined with Crist would have actually given the Democrats the seat by an extremely narrow margin. Charles Crist won 4 counties. Kendrick Meek only won a single county. He didn't win a single congressional district in the state of Florida. Marco Rubio won by a healthy margin, but the margin was considerably reduced with united opposition, and he's going to beat Val Demings pretty comfortably. And yes, Charlie Crist is a recycled has-been, considering the fact that he's lost as a Republican, a Democrat, and an independent. When he ran for governor in 2014, he actually had about 70% of the black vote. That's not enough to win in Florida. He lost, and considering how things are going, he's going to lose even worse. Let's see. What does my friend Charlie say? Whether he has a mandate or not, the man's politics are disgustingly reactionary and authoritarian. Also, nobody wins a large mandate enough to justify doing whatever they want. You might want to talk to Republicans in Wisconsin. Um, Scott Walker was able to do most of what he wanted, even though he never won more than 52 to 53% of the vote for governor, and then he lost in 2018. Even though he had like 52 to 53% of the vote, he governed as if he had 95%. Let me look at the governor's races. I wish New York Times would just include the governorships as well. Republicans are favored to win the United States House of Representatives. They have picked up an additional seat, but so far, no flips. So far, nothing has flipped. Democrats have picked up another seat, and they've picked up one seat in Massachusetts and a few seats in Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. So far, Val Demings is still clinging to hope in Florida, but it's looking bad so far. Ron DeSantis is running comfortably ahead of Marco Rubio. But considering the fact that Governor DeSantis is more charismatic than Rubio. Rubio is just awkward. Rick Scott just terrifies children when he just smiles in their general direction. Ron DeSantis has more charisma. That's not to say that he's a good politician or not. What that's saying is that people find him more likable, and generally, more likable candidates do better than those who are less likable. And when both candidates are not well liked, then it's a toss-up. The state of Kansas is too early to call, but we're able to say that there's a 30-point lead for the Republicans there. If we go to the full race results, we're able to show that for governor of Kansas, when we go to the general election results, for governor, incumbent Democratic Governor Laura Kelly currently trails State Attorney General and Republican Derek Schmidt. In 2018, Laura Kelly beat a divided opposition to win by 5 points. She won by a 48 to 43 point margin against then Secretary of State Chris Kobach, who is the overwhelming favorite to be elected Attorney General of the state of Kansas. He's so far ahead of his Democratic opponent Chris Mann, but it is too early to call. He lost in 2020 for the primary for the U.S. Senate after he lost his bid for governor. State of Kansas, the question is about legislative oversight over executive agencies and officials. With a majority vote, if this amendment passes, they can overturn what these agencies want to do, which they can do currently, but with a 2/3 majority, this makes it a simple majority, and the governor of Kansas doesn't get to do anything about it. That's what the question is for the state of Kansas, of whether or not the Republican-dominated legislature can do that. So far, Raphael Warnock has a healthy lead. He leads by 12 points. North Carolina, interestingly enough, Cheryl Beasley is still ahead in the vote. John Fetterman, it's been a while since they have updated, but so far, he's doing well, but it's way too early to say. He's really been trying to appeal to rural Pennsylvania, but I think he's losing his grip with them. Too early to call in Ohio, Indiana, too early. New Hampshire, too early. I mean, I think Indiana is going to stay red, Missouri and Kansas as well. But it's funny to see how some candidates who are going to lose badly are up in the early vote. So far, Rand Paul has been reelected, but he's only up by 4 points, which is interesting that they called it for him when he had a 16-point lead, and now he's down to a 4-point lead. But that's early vote. If we go back to the U.S. House of Representatives, Republicans have a 6-seat advantage. So far, a bunch of races have been called for them in Florida, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, and South Carolina, but they haven't won anything in Alabama, in Georgia, North Carolina, and Massachusetts, as well as Illinois. But those states, generally, those districts go very Democratic, as well as they won a seat in Texas, Democrats. But so far, some of these districts are way too early to call, too close to call. So far, I don't know about Evan McMullin beating Mike Lee. I've never subscribed to the idea that that's even within the realm of possibility. I think that Evan McMullin will do well compared to how Democrats usually do as he's running as an independent. But I don't expect him to actually be able to oust Mike Lee because I think Utah is just too Republican. I think the best case scenario for him is he captures about 40% of the vote at most. If he can get anything beyond that, that means that strategy just needs to be perfected a little further. Um, the state of Florida is looking even worse for Democrats. This has got to be demoralizing for them. North Carolina, now it's starting to tighten. Um, so far, it's looking bad for Democrats in those states. Um, if the results were to hold, where they're up in Ohio and Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and somehow Missouri, that would be a huge disaster for Republicans. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Republican held seats. Those states, I think, will stay Republican. Um, but but if those seats flipped, that would be a huge destruction of what the pollsters have been saying, where they're saying Republicans are favored to take the House of Representatives and slightly favored to take the U.S. Senate. But so far, I thought maybe DeSantis might win 55-43 or something, but so far he's doing way better than that. Maybe some Democrats aren't going to vote now because he's already won, so it won't make a difference in their eyes. But that might make it worse for Charlie Crist. I mean, even if the Libertarian and Independent vote went to him entirely, I mean, all that does is it brings him to a little over 42% of the vote. That doesn't make much difference. I am joined with an old friend of mine. I haven't even spoken to this guy in a stream in over 2 years, which is crazy. I am joined with President Pig, as he decided to go by. So far, we're able to, as you can see, Charlie Crist has been crushed. This is a disaster. This is the worst defeat he's had in 12 years. Um, so he will not be the next governor. We're able to say that Marco Rubio will easily beat Val Demings. This is a disaster for the Democrats as well. Um, as I mean, we all kind of expected. Um,
Yeah.
Republicans have an additional 2 seats in the House of Representatives, but again, so far no flips. How you doing?
Uh, a lot better than I have been. I got hit with COVID last week.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Um,
COVID finally got me.
yeah. I have not even. I mean, I know one person died from COVID. I know one person personally who died from COVID, but I haven't gotten it so far, and I consider myself lucky. Um, so far, Republicans have won um, they won in Florida, so now they're only down by 5 seats. Kansas Attorney General matters because the guy over there is like, imagine QAnon as the Republican nominee for Attorney General and how much of an impact that has. Um, he's lost his bids for Senate and governor, and he wants to be Attorney General because he's tired of being a loser, politically speaking. Um, so far, um, we're gonna find out in my home state whether or not having a major party and third parties endorsing you might make a difference. But so far, it's way too early to say as to who will win in some of these races. Tammy Duckworth was easily reelected to the U.S. Senate. J.B.
My,
Pritzker, go ahead.
my, oh yeah, my senator. Yeah, yeah. She there's like no way a Republican could beat her. She's got just uh, too much going for her. And
What's
yeah.
look at Cook County with Chicago. She's down in Cook County. It's like ridiculously like few votes reported, but that's just funny.
Eh,
And JB
I,
Pritzker.
yeah, I'm so I don't like billionaires. All right, I don't. I fucking hate billionaires. But of all the billionaire Democrats that I had to be saddled with, I don't. JB Prisker is like among the least bad.
Yeah. Um,
At least he's not willing to cuck out to Republicans and conservatives when they say something fucking stupid.
yeah. So far, everybody, the House of Representatives, um, so far, some of these races aren't competitive at all. Others are. So far, some of these districts that are going to go red, Democrats are up, but it's the early vote. So far, no seats have flipped. But what's interesting is that if we go to the U.S. Senate results, every county that's being compared in Florida is shifting heavily Republican. Indiana and Kentucky have only a couple counties that are shifting to the Democrats. Um, but so far, it's not looking good for Democrats in some places. They're still up in Missouri early on. Georgia has been pretty interesting. Um, I think the reason why Herschel Walker is up, not up, but he's closing the gap is his children are going to the polls to vote.
Well, yeah, he's only impregnated like a quarter of the state.
Yeah, and if he loses, he promises by 2040 he'll make sure that problem's fixed so he can have some more of a voting base. Former Chief Justice of this North Carolina Supreme Court, Sherry Beasley, is still up, but it's looking like her Republican challenger in this Republican-held seat is going to pick up some steam.
Well, to take into consideration the red mirage, because Democrats like to vote early, and by law, early votes are counted last. There,
Yeah,
there might be a blue tsunami,
I don't know.
or at least a a little bit of blue in the in the
Yeah,
water.
I'm expecting the best case scenario for Democrats is like a blue ripple where even if they did lose like not enough seats to cost them the House, but like maybe if they lost 3, that would be like a miracle. But I'm expecting I think the Republicans' best case is they win a 51-49 edge in the Senate. Um which, I think Mitch McConnell won't be happy if they flip New Hampshire because that means that's one less Republican. That's one more Republican, but that's one that doesn't want him as majority leader. Only one person has considered running for majority leader, and that's Rick Scott in Florida.
Oh, another evil fuck.
The state of Ohio is too early to call, but Representative Tim Ryan is leading um, private citizen J.D. Vance, but it is too early to call. Um, let's
I hope
talk about
that guy loses.
Florida because Democrats in Florida have been dropping the ball with voting registration compared to Republicans. Because look at Miami, Dade County. That's a 9-point gap, and that's a county that voted for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. That's a disaster. Then you look at Jacksonville with Duval County. That is, for the Democrats, that's a disaster.
Yeah, you can never accuse Democrats of running a competent campaign.
um,
The
I mean,
Democrats are unique in the ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I mean,
well,
shit, Republicans gave Democrats just a feast of topics to attack them on. And I'm sure some Democrats have capitalized on it, but most of them, either just didn't or don't have the energy to capitalize on it. I mean, yeah. Uh,
Well, so far the Senate is a toss up, leaning slightly to Democrats. Republicans have 77% chance of taking the House of Representatives. Um, Democrats so far. Um, I'm in.
if Republicans take both houses, that's just that's a fucking disaster for the
Well,
next 6 years. Because damn well if Republicans take both houses, the Trump's probably just gonna walk in.
well, what's interesting is I think there's a way Democrats could spin Republicans having the Congress is then Biden can say, well, if you reelect me, I will stop the worst excesses of what they're wanting to do. That's what Bill Clinton did. He knew there was no chance of regaining the Congress in '96. So he said, well, if you're going to reelect a Republican Congress, reelecting me makes sure that they don't do anything exceptionally risky, which depending on who you ask, he either did a great job at that or a terrible job. Some who on the left will remind you that, well, Glass-Steagall went away under Bill Clinton, and now we're able to see that so far, Democrats have. What was interesting is they were up in Arizona by quite a bit compared to where they usually are down by a lot. And the thing that's getting them killed, and I don't think it's just because the Democratic candidate for governor, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, refused to debate her Republican challenger Carrie Lake. I don't think that's going to cost her the election, but it doesn't make you look good because generally when you're dealing with someone like Carrie Lake, beating her in a debate should be like a cakewalk. But so far,
Well, here's the thing about Republicans, that they are so disconnected from reality. It'd be like, me, Democrat, serious person. I'm going to talk about policy or at least platitudes and cliches, vaguely adjacent to policy, and then you have the Republican, who just like takes out a dinner plate, drops a child, takes a shit, and smears shit all over himself. I mean, you're debating against a bunch of fucking clowns.
But what's also
clowns that want to kill you too.
well, what's interesting is the Democratic candidate for governor, who is the Secretary of State next in line for governor, is less publicly visible than her Republican opponent, and that's not a good thing. You're trying to flip a governorship, or if you're trying to retain a governorship, you want to be more publicly visible and out there than your opponent, and she's letting her be the one getting the attention. I don't know if you've heard about Oregon. I got some family there. Oregon, so far no results are back, but the race is interesting because you have a Democrat who's the former House Speaker, a former state senator who's an independent who had 28% of support in the summer, who's now down to 8%, but her campaign could have played a decisive role. It looks like Democrats have been peeling support from Betsy Johnson easily. And that's why I think they'll win the governorship in Oregon. As the New York Times says, this would be historic for lesbian governors in terms of Oregon because they've never had one before. America's never had one before. But so far, the reason why this race was so competitive was you have an unpopular Democratic governor, an unpopular Portland mayor who was accused of, the talking points amongst Republicans and Betsy Johnson was you allowed tent cities to pop up, riots and housing affordability issues fester. Betsy Johnson's run a kind of like a centrist campaign. She's pro-choice but pro-gun. She says that if elected, she will enforce the state's death penalty laws. And if you guys don't know, I am against the death penalty.
Oh my God.
Oregon has severely restricted the use of the death penalty. An aggravated murder conviction can only get a death sentence under 4 very strict factors, which basically means Oregon won't have much of a death penalty going further. But
yeah, I bet this Christine Drazen or whatever.
Yeah,
I bet she's she'll proudly say she's pro death penalty while in the same breath say she's also pro life.
What's interesting is Betsy Johnson actually had more support than Christine Drazen for a little while.
Wait, is it all chicks in this governor race?
I think so, except for Leon Noble, Libertarian candidate.
I mean,
either way, Oregon's
of the viable candidates, of the ones who'll get more than 2% of the vote. Christine,
because I mean,
Tina,
because
holy shit,
Johnson. Oregon's politics are pretty divided because on the eastern end, it's more Republican, and the logging industry has been bankrolling the independent and the Republican.
Well, Johnson, I mean that's true in every state. You got the population centers that are going to be more liberal, and then you got everywhere else where it's just a fucking sea of red.
Well, what's interesting is Johnson, as a state senator, voted to block. Same with Christine Drazen in the state house. I think she's a state rep. Both opposed and killed a climate change bill, and Johnson had actually pulled a lot of support from Drazen, which is interesting that she could pull supporters from both sides. But people are coming home, as they would say. They're abandoning her ticket, and that's why Drazen and Kotek are having
You
such a
know,
heated fight.
I'm fine with independent and third party candidates as long as they pull votes from the Republicans.
Well, what's interesting in my home state of Utah, they didn't put up a Democrat. They put up a former Republican turned independent, Evan McMullen, running against Mike Lee. This is the first time in history there will not be a Democratic candidate for Utah Senate seat ever.
I mean, honestly, it'll probably work in his favor. And if he's no longer Republican, I mean, he's probably still a piece of shit, but at least he's not a fascist piece of shit.
What's interesting, though, is the polls have been all over the place, but the one thing is, this is going to become more competitive than it was 6 years ago, even more competitive than what Mitt Romney had. And Mitt Romney only won by 30 points compared to where Mike Lee in 2016 beat his transgender Democratic opponent by over 41 points. The reason I mentioned she's transgender is because that was a historic first for LGBT Utahns. And
Ain't no way I would allow some T-slur in my office.
Oh, we have some more projections for the United States Senate. John Bozeman in Arkansas has been reelected to the U.S. Senate. Indiana will reelect Todd Young. Now the gap is down to 3 Senate seats for Democrats in their favor. As for the United States House of Representatives, Democrats are still down by 12 seats. So, best case scenario for Joe Biden, he keeps the Senate but loses the House. I think no matter what, I think Democrats should force Nancy Pelosi out of the speakership, considering that she promised she wouldn't go for another term as Democratic leader, and considering the fact she's 82 years old.
Yeah, she, master legislator Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer get, outmaneuvered by a fucking retard in West Virginia, Joe Manchin.
Well, what's interesting is they could have primaried Joe Manchin in 2018, but they didn't want to because they were afraid that if Manchin doesn't run, who else could have a chance at winning in West Virginia? West Virginia, Oklahoma, Arkansas, they vote for liberal ballot measures.
If you want to run someone with, if you want to run someone in West Virginia who with almost certainty of a chance to win, just get some coal miner in there and have him say union and solidarity like every other word. I mean, there you go.
Well,
I'm making it sound worse, but it's a good message to actually do good things, which is why they'll never do it.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's interesting is even though some of these states like Kentucky, West Virginia, Arkansas, South Dakota, they elect Republican politicians all the time, except Kentucky has a Democratic governor. Yet they vote from ballot measures that aren't supported by the party they vote for. Like Arkansas in 2014 elected a Republican governor, but they voted to increase the minimum wage and I think they expanded Medicaid on the same ballot. And South Dakota is looking to do the same thing with expanding Medicaid. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the governor-elect of Arkansas.
Oh, God. Oh.
Governor-elect Sanders will take office in January of 2023. The last Democrat to win a governor's race in Arkansas was in 2010, and that was against a red wave. And considering the fact that he can never run again because of lifetime term limits, he's likely going to be the last Democrat for a while.
Arkansas, white woman versus black man. I mean, white woman's going to win.
Look at the U.S. Senate race.
John Boozman versus black woman.
She looks like Gretchen Whitmer.
Forgive me if I'm sounding racist. I'm just putting in my mind like how someone from Arkansas would think. All right, they hate women, they hate people of color. All right, they hate anything that's not straight white Christian.
What's interesting is for Governor Michigan, this is the first time they've had 2 women at the top 2 spots. Gretchen Whitmer is leading Tudor Dixon, which, why would you name your daughter Tudor, by the way? Tudor Dixon is trailing by a 19-point margin, but it is like 5%
Tudor
precinct
Dixon
reporting.
Sounds like a dick joke.
Adjusting term limits and financial disclosure for state officials so far is trailing by only 2 points.
Oh, I had a pretty interesting ballot measure that I didn't know was going to be on Illinois. Illinois Amendment 25. Basically, from what I gathered from it, it's going to wipe its ass with right to work laws. It's going to help facilitate creating unions here in Illinois, which is fucking fantastic.
Let's see. There was a ballot measure in my home state, but it was so vaguely worded. I voted no because it's like if you can't articulate what you're asking the voters to approve or reject, maybe it's better to reject it and have you rewrite it more competently in the next few years.
Well, here's where you fucked up. They probably worded it so vaguely to make people, get repulsed away from it. So you just kind of fell for their trap. You could have had like free hookers and ice cream, but no, you voted against that.
Let's see. Commonwealth of Kentucky is having a ballot measure because Michigan has a ballot measure, and the question is, it's, quote, constitutional right to reproductive freedom, proposal 3, 5% of precincts are reporting, but 62% of the voters are saying yes thus far. Adding voting policies to the state constitution, several voting and election-related policies to the constitution, and the creation of a 9-day early voting period and a requirement that state fund absentee ballot drop boxes. 60% of voters are voting no, which proves how polarized how purple, I guess, Michigan is. 60% of the voters are rejecting adding voting policies to the Constitution, but they're wanting to enshrine the right to an abortion into the Constitution, and they don't want to adjust term limits and disclosures for state officials, financial disclosures. Michigan officials have one of the strictest term limits in the country. 2 terms in the governorship or attorney general, secretary of state, or lieutenant governor, you're out for life. 3 terms in the state house, 2 in the state senate, and that's it. You're out for life. However, for municipal officials, there are no term limits, which is interesting to see.
I tend to reject term limits. They're a bad solution to an actual problem.
What's interesting is in Brazil, it's like you just sit out for 1 term and you can come back. Lula came back, and I wasn't surprised that he won, but it was a little too close for comfort. And I'm saying that as someone who looks towards the future in terms of, is this person going to win again or not? And Lula for Brazil, I mean, Brazil, and I'm saying this as objectively as I can, they dodged a bullet by voting out Bolsonaro. He lost.
I mean, well, they didn't really dodge a bullet. They got shot and then they pulled the bullet out.
Well,
by getting rid of Bolsonaro.
But the problem is when you look at the Congress, the federal Congress in Brazil, well, I mean, you're kind of right because they didn't vote for a Lula-minded Congress. They voted for a conservative Congress. So how much Lula can do, well, that depends on how he can work with that kind of a Congress.
Depending on how charismatic Lula is, he could probably do a fair amount. Maybe not in this term, but in the next term or for his successor.
Yeah.
In fomenting a falling or whatever the fuck you call that. I don't have words for it. But fomenting a movement.
Yeah.
Towards like kind of like what Trump did. But hopefully not evil.
What's interesting is Lula endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020. I think Bernie returned the favor in 2022.
I would be so mad if Mark Kelly loses. I mean, you have literally the most qualified candidate on the planet versus Blake Masters, who's a fucking idiot.
What's interesting is it looked like Mark Victor, Libertarian candidate, was going to kill Blake Masters' chances, and then he dropped out and endorsed Blake Masters. So now the question is, so now the Libertarian candidate is irrelevant because he dropped out. So the question is, can Mark Kelly withstand? Because I mean, he's still on the ballot, and those votes will still be counted. But can he withstand a more united opposition? and I think you're going to see a split verdict, best case scenario. A Senator Mark Kelly and a Governor Kari Lake. Um, the Secretary of State bungled her campaign for governor, which is like you were up by 5 points with like a month to go, and now you're down to like 2 points. That's not a good sign.
Wait, well, what happened?
So she is not as publicly visible, and that matters. She's been too distant, and she's refusing to have a live debate with her opponent to articulate her differences. And some people are saying that's not a good sign. You don't want to fight your opponent in a debate. How are you going to fight for us? That's what they've been saying. But the
Yeah, I
race is
mean,
still competitive.
there are some cases where having a debate would help or hurt you. I mean, if you do great in the debate, it doesn't really affect your polling all that much. But if you do terribly in debate, it could do a real good chance of harming you. And I mean, I hate to say it, but Fetterman should not have debated Oz.
That was a mistake. By
That
the way,
was that could have been a campaign-ending disaster. Hopefully, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be doing all that much.
yeah.
But it's like, Fetterman is still recovering from that damn stroke.
So far, 1% of precincts are reporting Constitutional Amendment 1. The right to collective bargaining is having a 54-point lead against the no vote. The amendment must be approved by 3/5 of those voting on the measure, or by
Wait,
a
the
well,
amendment of 3/5.
well. So here's the deal: it has to pass by one metric or the other. One is 60% of the votes must be for it, or a majority of those who are voting in the entire election must vote yes. So, um,
I mean, that's okay.
yeah, I'm gonna be right back. My dog is bugging me.
Yay, I'm alone. How's it going, chat? Anyone here chatting? I don't know. Oh, still recovering from that goddamn COVID. Get your shots, everybody. Get your shots, guys. You'll get COVID if you don't. I mean, I did get my 2 vaccines in the booster. That was about a year ago. When I should have gotten that new updated booster when I first found out about it. The one updated for the Omicron variants. The symptoms weren't as bad as they could have been. I didn't have a whole lot of coughing, mostly just body aches, fever, sore throat. Probably the worst of it was the brain fog. I still have a bit of it, and it makes it difficult to think. It's just like, each time I try to focus on something, it it's like some wind is blown against me. You know, it's bad. Oh, finally finished. Mm. Hurry up, S-Man. I might say a naughty word. Where am I?
Okay, I am back. I just got some Chinese food, so I'm gonna be happy tonight.
I want you to know I did not say every slur in the book.
Oh, well, some of my IRL friends who might be watching this later on will be very happy to hear that. So, Democrats are going to likely retain control of the Illinois state legislature. Um, so far, they have a 2/3 majority in the state Senate, which I'm kind of surprised by that because they don't have that in the House of Representatives. Maybe it's the fact that they have smaller House districts than they do Senate districts. But so far, it's looking good for Attorney General Kwame Raoul and Comptroller, what's her name? She ran for mayor of Chicago and that ended disastrously. Susana Mendoza. She was reelected in 2018 and decided, okay, now I want to be mayor of Chicago.
Oh, I
Which,
voted. I think I scroll back down. Scroll back down to I think it was Secretary of State.
yeah, Secretary of State.
Alexei Gillian. Yeah, I voted for that guy in the primaries because he was endorsed by one of the progressive PACs that I follow. I'm glad he won, and it looks like he's probably going to win.
So far he's doing pretty well.
Well, he's got the lead. He's got the lead with 2% of the vote. Oh, Jesus.
So far, it is too early to call in the state of Georgia. We're able to say that Raphael Warnock, if this number holds, because he needs more than 50.1% to avoid a runoff and to win outright, his opponent, serial impregnator and guy who remembers that he wanted to have a shootout with the police, Herschel Walker, is down pretty slightly.
How can Herschel Walker, probably the like, if you wanted to create the most dumpster fire of a candidate possible, you could only do worse than Herschel Walker. Like, how does a million Georgians still be dumb enough to vote for this guy? Like he is so obviously doesn't give a shit about any of the things he's talking about. He doesn't give a shit about abortion because he pays women to have abortions. Doesn't give a fuck about family rights and all that shit because, he's got multiple families he's abandoned.
Unfortunately for Stacey Abrams, she is 2 points down from where she was 4 years ago. Brian Kemp is 2.5 points up from where he was 4 years ago. 45% of precincts are reporting Governor Brian Kemp.
I guess Brian was a little bit more diligent in purging the voter rolls this time.
Well, he's done a number of things that she's wanted to do, and that's why she's not having as much of a good chance this time. He raised teacher pay, and he's done whatever MAGA people want in the state legislature, so that's why he didn't have a strong primary opponent. Also,
hey, look up MTG's district. I think she's 14.
Yes, District 14.
Oh, that's sad.
Let's see. How's the U.S. Senate doing on Colorado? Southwest Colorado is where Lauren Boebert is from, and people are talking that people don't like her there, but that doesn't mean they're not going to vote for her. I mean, let's be real here. That doesn't mean that they're not willing to put up with that compared to the alternative, even if the alternative is a lot better in terms of personality and behavior.
You will have pro-life Republicans vote for literally Herschel Walker. I mean, Republicans don't care. As long as they see R, they'll vote for it.
Herschel Walker could plead guilty to capital murder tomorrow. Could have pled guilty to capital murder yesterday.
Herschel Walker could beat to death a 6-year-old white girl in front of all the cameras, and that's still, and he might dip 1% in the polls. He you might scare away that crowd.
No, they might be handing him weapons instead.
No. Whoa. Let me rephrase that. If they found Herschel Walker, all right, and he just took a 13-year-old black boy and he just started beating him to death, he might actually go up in the polls because he was taking care of that violent thug or something like that.
I was on a group chat on Facebook, not a group chat, Facebook group, and I left that group because I was like, I don't know, man. Some of these people are kind of out there.
It's Facebook. Of course, it's
Well,
out there.
well, because I don't remember what the group was called, but they really don't like, if a white woman has a child by a black man, they act as if, that her life is over, and it's like, I don't know, man. I mean, or that like they act as if well, whether they be
Yeah,
racially mixed families or like
I
families that
yeah,
have blended, they act like it's a big deal.
I love all these races. They see a mixed race family, and they don't, and then they don't also remember that the kids are also half white. You know, I mean, if you constantly define yourselves as excluding anything with one drop or more, of course you're going to be a constantly shrinking demographic.
Oh yeah, or they act as like my candidate for United States Senate never had kids of his own. He only got married last year. He's a stepfather of 5 because the biological father died of brain cancer a few years ago. And people are acting as if he's not a real man just because those aren't his biological kids. And it's like, I don't know, man. I've seen some blended families where it was probably better than how it was before. I don't know. I don't really worry that much about that. North Dakota, too early to call. John Hoeven, very popular former governor, is running for a third term. He has a huge lead so far, but it's like 1% in reporting. Ohio, Tim Ryan, Democrats have been withstanding his attacks on his own party because they really want Ohio back. New Hampshire,
How's Fetterman?
Fetterman is up by 53 points.
Oh my god! Oh, it's only 9% of the votes. So, oh, I
How,
mean, I hope he keeps that lead, because I mean, Oz could not have been a worse candidate. Well, I mean, it could have been Herschel Walker, but I mean, at least Herschel Walker didn't like torture puppies to death.
wait, um, people were talking about Mehmet Oz doing that. I thought, I hope not, because that's really gross.
I mean,
um,
Oz literally did torture puppies to death in like whatever science he was doing.
But yeah, Oklahoma was not even really competitive in 2022, although the fact Democrats currently have 40% of the vote in those states, in those Senate races, are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Oklahoma is interesting because a former Republican turned Democrat has been surprisingly competitive. Currently, 19% of precincts reporting. State Education Superintendent Joy Hoffmeister is leading Republican incumbent Governor Kevin Stitt by less than 4,000 votes. I don't expect her to win, but she's doing very well compared to how Democrats have been doing since 2010. Governor Stitt has been aggravating various tribes that have never endorsed anybody, fighting them on tribal sovereignty issues, and that is what provoked them into endorsing his opponent. We're able to project that Republicans will retain control of the Oklahoma legislature with more than enough seats to override any vetoes by either Governor Stitt or his Democratic challenger, should she prevail. The state of North Dakota is too early to call, but John Hoeven, the state's former governor and current senator, has a supermajority against his Democratic opponent, as well as an independent challenger. So far, the Senate map hasn't changed that much. Illinois, so far, has been how people have expected it to go. I don't believe anyone ever expected that it was going to be that competitive. So far, Democrats have a lead in the Senate, but not the House. So far, the collective bargaining amendment is up by a lot.
Nice.
Secretary of State, Treasurer, Comptroller, and Attorney General, Republicans are trailing in all these races. So far, there's not any Republicans ahead, except for clerk of Kendall County, Illinois, but that's to be expected.
Yeah,
Um,
there was a few positions where I think in my district it was county sheriff and one of the people in charge of education where there was no Democratic opponent.
we're able to project that Marjorie Taylor Greene has won a second term for the United States House of Representatives by a 29-point margin. This is actually a huge shift. She won by only 50 points in 2020. Now she's only won by 29.
Wait. Didn't MTG get appointed her first term?
No, she ran against a Democrat. The Democrat inexplicably dropped out, so she was able to win by 50 points.
Wait,
Um,
so that is basically winning by default, getting
yeah,
the.
effectively unopposed. However, a vigorous campaign by Democratic opponent Marcus Flowers has shown that there is this all he has to do is pull a Stacey Abrams and try to register more people in this district, but as well trying to change people's minds currently, and that might help him out in the future. But so far, it doesn't look like there will be a representative Marcus Flowers. With a 29-point margin of loss, this is actually a way better than when they lost by 50 points, even though their candidate dropped out. So the common
I wonder if MTG is gonna yell the voter fraud or election fraud in her election, or she could be silent about that.
I have no idea.
You know,
By the way,
it always seems all these Republicans, they only cry foul when they lose.
we're able to project Democrats will flip the governorship of Massachusetts. State Attorney General Maura Healey will be the next governor of Massachusetts, defeating Trump-backed candidate, former state representative Jeff Deal, former state senator. He lost to Elizabeth Warren in 2018. He will lose in 2022 for governor. Republican Governor Charlie Crist, a moderate pro-choice governor, will hand off the governorship to his attorney general. That she's the first lesbian governor in American history now. The first woman to be elected governor of Massachusetts in that state. Oregon is still too early to call. No votes have been coming back, but so far, Democrats in Massachusetts can say they at least picked up that state after 8 years of a moderate Republican governor. We can go to the state of Vermont. For the second time in Vermont history, Democrats will win the state Senate seat against Republicans, considering that their incumbent senator will retire after 48 years in the Senate.
Wait, how long?
48 years from 1975 to 2023,
Oh
Democrats
my
have held this
god!
seat. He has decided that he doesn't want the job anymore. He is, I don't know how old he is currently. Patrick Leahy. He's pretty much Bernie Sanders, but just a registered Democrat. And he's decided that he wants to step down now. So far, Peter Welch, Bernie Sanders' replacement in the House, will be the next U.S. senator. Bernie will now be the senior senator from Vermont. So far, too early to call, but Governor Phil Scott is defeating his basically irrelevant Democratic challenger, Brenda Siegel. In the state of New Hampshire, with the hotly contested Senate race and a rather ignored gubernatorial race, we're able to project that Governor Sununu will be reelected to a fourth term. He's the first Republican to win a fourth term as governor. He and his dad were governor. His dad was governor in the 1980s, so he will continue the Sununu administrations.
The snoo.
That's what I thought it was when I first saw his name, when I first heard of him. However, there is a tie for the state Senate. Democrats have a lead currently for the House of Representatives, um, but all of their terms are 2 years in New Hampshire, so Democrats will have another chance in 2024 if he doesn't run again. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman is up, but currently Oz is slightly closing the gap. For governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, the state attorney general, is currently leading his Senate opponent, his Republican challenger, Doug Mastriano. He's beating him in every county in southeastern Pennsylvania with the exception of Lancaster. Oz, however, is ahead in Montgomery County, where in Montgomery County, Shapiro is up. Chester County is for Oz, but it's for Shapiro. So far, Republicans have leads for the state legislature. But so far, Republicans are feeling good about the Senate, but not the governor's race.
Mhm.
Oh, and I forgot there's a ballot measure in Kentucky about whether or not to restrict access to an abortion through a constitutional amendment in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Um,
Yeah.
progressives in Kentucky feel confident after all Kansas rejected almost exactly same worded thing. We're able to project that Republicans will retain the control of the Kentucky legislature. Currently, the effort to have an amendment that would state there's no right to an abortion in the Constitution or any requirement to fund it is so far trailing, proving that there are MAGA people that are pro-choice. After all, 20% of pro-choice voters voted for Donald Trump in 2020, according to the New York Times exit polls. So far,
I'm gonna head off this, man. I'm tired. I'm still kind of recovering from the COVID, and
that's all right.
yeah.
All right,
Anyway,
you take care of yourself, and let me know how you're doing after that.
all right. Bye bye.
Bye. Oh yeah, I forgot. He doesn't realize I'm not going by that name anymore. Oh well. So far, everybody, Oregon is we're going to find out, but I'm expecting Democrats to retain control of pretty much everything. So far, 5 Senate seats and 1 independent seat are going to stay for their incumbents because they're not challenged apparently by whomever they're unopposed, so that's why. No, wait, they're not even up for election. That's why they have those seats. So Republicans currently have a lead for the state Senate, but they're expected to not win control of the state legislature. So far, Kentucky is having a contentious battle on whether or not to outlaw abortion entirely in Kentucky, saying there's no right to have one. We're going to find out. I'm hoping the amendment passes. We're able to project Republicans will win seats in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, overall Tennessee, Kentucky. Democrats have won seats in Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, Massachusetts, Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, the Carolinas, because they're going to win District 6, Georgia, Florida, Texas, and probably other places. But so far, Republicans have a comfortable lead for the United States House of Representatives. Democrats have a comfortable lead for the United States Senate. So Democrats are feeling confident about their chances. Yeah. I don't mean to sound overly anti-Biden, but I don't imagine Biden has been very helpful to his own party in terms of helping their chances of retaining Congress, because you're dealing with a president who's rather unpopular, just like Donald Trump. But the fact of the matter is that Democrats have so far in the night, you know, at least they haven't lost any seats yet. No Democrats have lost their seats yet. Republicans need only 18 seats, swing districts or competitive districts, to win control of the House of Representatives. Democrats have to win 46. So far, no incumbents have been defeated. But so far, I mean, some of these seats are uncontested. That's why, their votes might be down in those areas because they're not contested. For the United States Senate, we're able to project that the Dakotas, Indiana, Kansas, Arkansas, both of Oklahoma's Senate seats will go for for the Republican Party. The states of Connecticut, Maryland, and New York State will go for the Democrats. Charles Schumer will win his 5th term in the U.S. Senate. He has made history tonight. He will be the longest serving senator in history, beating out the record of Daniel Patrick Moynihan. So far, Democrats are feeling cautious in some states, but now we're able to say that Sherry Beasley is down, and it looks like she's going to be on her way to defeat in North Carolina. The state of Georgia is too early to call. However, Raphael Warnock is proving to be pretty decent at getting votes, as Democrats are terrified of losing to somebody like Herschel Walker. Kansas, let's see, how's Kansas doing? So far, Laura Kelly has a comfortable lead against her Republican opponent, State Attorney General Derek Schmidt. Schmidt, as the State Attorney General, has been in a pretty competitive contest against Laura Kelly. Now, let's look at the United States Senate again, where Wisconsin isn't expected to come back for a while. Missouri is too early to call. Ohio is too close to call. Democrats have been feeling afraid because they initially had a lead in certain polls, but now they've been drowning in the polls so far. Now, if we go to the Missouri results overall, Republicans are on track to retain control of the state legislature. Legalizing marijuana possession so far is passing, but we don't know yet. The vote to increase police funding is likely to pass. But so far, Democrats have not been feeling particularly good about their chances in many of these races. So far, Elaine Loria is down by 11 points, however, with 67% of precincts reporting. Abigail Spanberger is down. Those may be the districts that flip for the Republican Party, because Abigail Spanberger has been running a hotly contested re-election bid against her Republican challenger, and so far it doesn't look like that's working out for her very well, because as you can see with the current numbers, the other House race, I mean, Elaine Loria is going to lose. I mean, unless she can narrow up the margins and pad her margins in the districts that matter. But the point of the matter is, she is not doing that well. As you can see in every county in her district, save for 2, it's a double-digit loss. Suffolk County, Virginia, is where she's is where she's winning, but not by very much. She is one of the most endangered House incumbents, so she is pretty much going to be on the list of incumbents who lose. But so far, all the other seats are going to stay the same. For the United States Senate in Pennsylvania, there's an 11.2% swing to Mehmet Oz as he's narrowing it up. However, John Fetterman in the early vote is performing maybe a little better than expected in certain counties. He is the state's lieutenant governor who's been locked in a bitter contest against Dr. Mehmet Oz. On the same token, Josh Shapiro has been running miles ahead of his opponent compared to John Fetterman versus Dr. Oz. So far, it's looking to be a very mixed night for the two parties. But so far, it's just so interesting to look at the vote and you see how things are going. So Democrats have a 1-seat edge against Republicans. We're able to say in the state of Colorado that Senator Michael Bennet has a comfortable lead thus far against Joe O'Dea. Joe O'Dea is a owner of a construction company who is moderately pro-choice. And so far, he's kind of competitive in some of the polls. We go to Colorado on the gubernatorial level, and Jared Polis has a way better lead than uh, the Senator Bennett, but it's way too early. Way too early to call. Democrats are on track to retain control of the state Senate and will likely retain control of the House of Representatives. A number of ballot measures are on the ballot. The voters are going to have to approve or reject them. But so far, Democrats are feeling good about Colorado, good about New Hampshire thus far. It looks like North Carolina is again going to be the state that dashes their hopes, considering that they've lost. Even when they were competitive, they have ultimately lost. It's like Republicans in Nevada. State of Oregon, in about 2 hours, they'll come back. Wow. Ron DeSantis is crushing Charlie Crist. I don't know. Donald Trump endorsed Ron DeSantis despite their ongoing rivalry, but I have no idea how much of an effect the endorsement had. I think it may have helped with some voters who really want Donald Trump to run again, but on the same token, I don't think that endorsement necessarily made a difference or made the difference between victory and defeat. Charlie Crist, his career is over. There is no coming back from this loss. After 2014, he came back and won a seat in the House in 2016. There is no coming back after you lose for governor by 20 points. I don't even think he won his home district. I think he's ultimately going to lose even his home district. That's a disaster. Out of the state's, I think it's 67 counties in Florida. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He is down in all but 5 of the state's counties. That is not good for obvious reasons. Republicans have a huge lead for both houses. And so far, they have swept the remaining races. Agriculture commissioner was a huge landslide victory, but DeSantis is the leader at the top of the ticket. He is doing better than every Republican. He is the one that will have he's going to have a lot of clout after this. He has a lot of clout already. He's going to get more because this was not even remotely competitive. There was never a chance for Democrats to win in Florida in 2022. If Donald Trump was a Republican nominee, I think they'd still lose, but not by anywhere near as much. We're going to go to the state of Maryland. We're able to project that Chris Van Hollen is the winner. Wes Moore will be the first black governor in Maryland history. He beats a far-right challenger. This is not even remotely close. Democrats have won a relatively uncompetitive gubernatorial race. Democrats will also retain control of the state Senate and House of Delegates. So far, Senate control is too early to call. There are no estimates for either. They've turned the needle off, so we don't have any estimates right now. After the United States House of Representatives, we're able to project that Republicans have double the seats that Democrats have. Republicans are going to sweep Arkansas. They're going to sweep the Dakotas and Nebraska, my estimate, and Oklahoma as well. Oklahoma, 5th District had a Democrat in 2021 until 2021. There's no winning in Oklahoma anymore as a Democrat. That those days are over. Um, but so far, we're able to say that the votes are going to come back some more. Let's go to the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a competitive gubernatorial race, but that's about it. Was a competitive gubernatorial race. Governor Kevin Stitt has a healthy lead. If he wins by this kind of a margin, this will be the first time since 2006 that a sitting governor in Oklahoma did better than they did before, when they were elected the first time. However, it's pretty clear that there is some clear opposition to Governor Stitt. Republicans easily retain the state legislature, so that's out of the question of a Democratic trifecta, which they last had in 2005. Democrats have picked up an additional seat, therefore they have an additional seat. So now it's an exactly 2/3 majority against Democrats so far, but Democrats will narrow the gap, but they will not retain the House. So far, Democrats are they're killing it on the gubernatorial level, and I mean that's impressive. If he wins by a 2/3 majority, that means he has a mandate. Governor J.B. Pritzker and Senator Tammy Duckworth are doing considerably better right now than where they got 4 and 6 years ago, respectively. Considering not as many people in 2022 will vote by mail compared to 2020, we might get these results back faster. Let's go to the state of Ohio. We're able to project that Governor Michael DeWine will win a second term in a landslide. Republicans will keep the governorship until at least 2027. He beats his Democratic challenger, Nan Whaley. Republicans have also retained control of the Ohio Senate and are ahead in their bid to win the Ohio House of Representatives to retain control. Republicans are up for every other statewide race. So far, it's not even a question. The only thing that's competitive right now is the Ohio Senate race. Too early to call, however, chances are J.D. Vance will win there. Now let's go to the state of Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp has a narrower lead now against Stacey Abrams, but Stacey Abrams she's not too far off from where she was in 2018, but Brian Kemp is doing better than he did 4 years ago. In order for her to win, not only do these counties have to be bluer, these counties have to be less red. And unfortunately for her, that's not working out too well. Democrats are competitive a little bit at the moment for the state Senate, and they're a little less competitive in the House of Representatives. So far, several constitutional amendments look like they're going to pass. Suspending pay for officials indicted for felonies looks like that will pass. Candidates for lieutenant governor, too early to call, but the Democrat is up. For attorney general, the Democrat is up. For agriculture commissioner, the Democrat is up. Insurance commissioner, Democrat is up. Labor commissioner, the Democrat is up. School superintendent, the Democrat is up. But for secretary of state, the Republican is up. But this is way too early to call. Republicans will retain control of the Kentucky General Assembly. So far, the effort to restrict abortion, the vote is still in the no. However, maybe if they put this up in 2024, they'll have a better chance. Who knows? Governor J.B. Pritzker still has a supermajority lead against his Republican challenger. Tammy Duckworth is doing better than he is in terms of voting support. But there's less of a third-party presence for the United States Senate. We can look at the other races in Maryland. Renaming the top court in Maryland from appellate court to the Maryland Supreme Court so far has a supermajority lead. Democrats are likely to retain control of the Attorney General's office, the offices of comptroller, and various county executive positions. So far, Democrats are feeling good about Maryland, considering the fact that they're up by as much as they are. Now let's go back. The state of Georgia. What about Georgia? Where are we at with Georgia? Georgia. There we go. Herschel Walker holds a narrow-ish lead against his Republican challenger. He's doing considerably better than Stacey Abrams. He is up in Calhoun County. Brian Kemp is also up. So there is ticket splitting. They might retain the Senate seat, but they're not going to win the governorship. So far, we're able to project that Democrats have narrowed up a little bit now. They picked up a few more seats, but Republicans have picked up some seats as well. But so far, no seats have flipped from red to blue, according to the New York Times. But I'm expecting that's going to change at some point. Virginia is where I think it's going to happen. Considering how Republicans have been putting up better and better candidates each year. That's why they're getting so competitive. State of Colorado, it's too early to call. At least props to Tim Ryan. He's holding his ground quite a bit here. Sherry Beasley is going to lose. The state of Wisconsin is in so far, just a little bit, and Democrats are up, but that's going to change considering early day vote and in-person voting. For governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers is up, but not by as much as Mandela Barnes. So that's not a good sign for Tony Evers' chances. Republicans will retain control of the Wisconsin Senate, but the state assembly is where the battle will also be at. But so far, Wisconsin Democrats are nervous about the Senate race, as well as governor, considering the fact they can lose this race because Wisconsin is growing increasingly Republican because of people leaving the state. And how could we forget about the District of Columbia? Muriel Bowser will win a third term as mayor of the District of Columbia, beating her independent, Republican, and Libertarian challengers. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is going to elect a Democratic governor. Democrats have retained control of the House of Representatives. The Senate is so far theirs to win. So far, Democrats. Let's see about Maine. They have to have something, right? So far, Democrats have a huge advantage in Maine at this particular point. Former Governor Paul LePage is down considerably. Democrats have huge pockets of strength in the South, less so in the North, which is funny because that's the other way around for the United States. The state of New Mexico has some results back. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham and Mark Ronchetti, and a Libertarian candidate, are in a hotly contested gubernatorial race, way too early to call. For the offices of Attorney General, Auditor, Land Commissioner, Secretary of State, and Treasurer, Democrats have the lead so far. Democrats are going to be competing for the state legislature. So far, it is way too early to call. For the United States Senate, so far no races have changed. Iowa has finally come back, and Chuck Grassley has a narrow lead thus far. The state of Louisiana, John N. Kennedy has a supermajority lead against all of his opponents, even combined. He's looking to do well there. State of Georgia is too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Pennsylvania is too early to call. Ohio is too close to call. New Hampshire has been strangely slow at counting their votes, but so far, Don Bolduc is trailing in every county so far. For the House of Representatives, Democrats are down by 34 seats, now 33. So far, Republicans are. Oh, interestingly enough, Lauren Boebert trails early in the vote, but that's going to close. Every county in Florida is voting more Republican than they did in 2020. Oklahoma, every county is voting more Democratic than they did in 2020. However, some counties are voting more Republican than they did in 2020 for the regular election. So for the U.S. Senate, most of these seats have been called. Only 19 races remain uncalled. For the House of Representatives, Democrats now are only down by 32 seats. But again, let's keep in mind how many races are not going in their favor versus how many that actually will. Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Minnesota. Let's see. Laura Kelly has a healthy lead, but I mean, it's a lot slower to count the governor's race votes for some reason. Colorado, the Democratic governor, has a landslide lead so far. He's probably going to do better than Michael Bennet. State of Iowa. Rebel project that Kim Reynolds will defeat Deidre DeGear to remain governor of Iowa for a second full term. Republicans are on track to retain control of the Iowa legislature. Democrats have a healthy lead to retain the Attorney General's office. They're trailing for Agriculture Secretary and Auditor, and trailing for Secretary of State. Paul Pate, the incumbent Secretary of State, is trailing, but it's too early to call. For governor of Minnesota, Democrats have a huge lead at the moment, but is way too early to call. The state legislature, Democrats have leads in both chambers. However, that's the Republicans control the Senate, but not the House of Representatives. So far, too early to call. 64% of the votes are now in the state of Georgia, and it is too early to call. It is a toss-up right now. Republicans have a 3/4 of a chance of winning control of the House. The Senate is where the battle is at, considering that the House seems to be a foregone conclusion in the minds of many. Democrats in New Jersey and in New York State have won some districts. Massachusetts is looking to be competitive there. But so far, it is not clear how the map will exactly look after this election. So far, no seats in Colorado have been called, even though some of them should be, considering their voting history. Wisconsin has 1 seat. Let's look at the chances for Republicans in North Carolina. J.D. Vance now has a lead in the race. Some of these counties, only a few counties are going more for Beasley than they did for Biden, and that's not good for the Democrats if they want to win. Ron DeSantis just absolutely demolished Charlie Crist. I mean, whoever was the campaign manager for Charlie Crist was the worst campaign manager you could have ever had. And the campaign manager for Ron DeSantis was amazing. Okay, let's see. Let's see how Mr. Crist handles this most recent defeat. Let me make sure that my screen share is on, but with sound.
Married, and I want to thank God. Governor DeSantis.
This is really sad but funny. Also, why does it feel like it's 2003 with this audio quality and video quality?
Good evening. I love you. Thank you. That's right.
You can hear the heartbreak with the "I love you" thing he said.
I think so. Well, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to give a good congratulations to Governor DeSantis on his reelection. That's okay. That's okay. But I want to thank all of you. I really do. And I want to thank Florida. Florida has been great to me my entire life. And I can't thank all of my fellow Floridians for so much for so long. And it's been an absolute blessing to serve governor before, to serve as the congressman from my hometown. I feel like the most blessed man ever. And Governor DeSantis, to you and your family, I wish you only the best. And I wish the best to my fellow Floridians because I love this state. I love her with all my heart. And you're great, good, decent, kind people, and you deserve nothing better than the very best.
Now I'll give him that. That honestly, his remarks are pretty decent.
That God has to offer. And I want to thank God. God's real, and God exists, and all glory to God. We have so much to be thankful for. Please, really, do that. Elizabeth, Kathy, I love you so much. It's great to see you, my wonderful sisters. My beautiful fiance, now we can get married, Chelsea, and her beautiful children. And I'm a happy man, and I am at peace. And, I'm grateful to all of you. And I just wish you all the very best. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving and a very Merry Christmas. God bless Florida. Love you.
I wonder how much you paid her to say that. Yeah, now this is the beginning of the end of the career of Tim Ryan. He probably would have made a good senator for Ohio a long time ago, but now I think he's past his prime. And I don't even think he will be able to make the state of Utah, state of Ohio flip blue. Evan McMullin is the independent candidate. It's interesting. He has a coalition of liberals, moderate Republicans, and independents. And the question now is, will that be enough? Will that be enough? I don't think so. I don't think it will be anywhere near enough. I think he's going to lose this thing. I think he is the only. I think he is the best chance Democrats will have of winning a Senate race in Utah or any statewide race since 1996. But Evan McMullin will not have much of a chance because of the fact that Utah is just too conservative for that to happen. Now we're able to see that Herschel Walker is either going to win this thing outright, the Senate race, or he's going to win on the strength of a runoff that he can force in this campaign. So far, there will be a December 6th runoff, which, if the Senate somehow, some ways, again, a 50-50 tie, if Georgia were to vote blue again, I think then you'd see even better turnout compared to where it is right now. But so far, Raphael Warnock is in the contest of his life. Let's go to the 2020 results, where in the special election, nearly 5 million Georgians voted. And in the runoff campaign, which was a toss-up to the end, 4.4 million voters voted. And so far, only 3 million have voted thus far. So there was an undervote of only about 70,000 votes. 30,000 votes, but he ultimately managed to win. So now we're about to find out what happens, because it seems like he just can't catch a break to avoid a runoff. Now Democrats in Florida won't be able to challenge Governor DeSantis on very much, because I think they're going to lose ground in the state legislature. Now let's go back to the House Representatives. Republicans have a 35-seat edge, but so far no seats have flipped again, which is interesting to see. I mean, I think there will be some that will. I think Virginia's 2nd district will flip, and although apparently Virginia's 7th with Abigail Spanberger, they think will stay Democratic. But I think Democrats are going to try to push for. Okay, now we have an estimated seat total. The New York Times expects that Republicans will pick up 17 seats in the House Representatives. Democrats will lose 16 seats, and that's when you count in open seats, like vacant seats. That Democrats will have a 23-seat disadvantage in the House of Representatives. Alabama and Alaska. Democrats have won their 1 seat from Alabama, with Terry Sewell. But so far, it is too early to call. We're able to project that Dusty Johnson defeats his Libertarian challenger by 56 points. Democrats are up in 2 of the 3 seats. The states, let's go back to the United States Senate. State of Wisconsin is too early to call. Ohio is too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Georgia is too close to call. Louisiana is too early to call. Colorado is too early to call. New Hampshire is too early to call. Pennsylvania is too early to call. But the fact that with a quarter of the vote in and Oz is at 40%, that's not a good sign for John Fetterman. The state of Missouri is too early to call. Iowa is too early to call. Arkansas, John Bozeman is the projected winner. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is winning in a landslide for governor of Arkansas. What's interesting is a third-party candidate is up in 1 county for the United States Senate. That's interesting. A libertarian is winning in Arkansas County, in Garland County, Arkansas. That's awesome. I'm glad to see that. I am hoping third parties do well in this midterm. Okay. I wonder why this particular Arkansas county is so far a libertarian county. I'm wondering what's so unique about that county. I'm gonna think about that for a while. Even if that county ultimately doesn't vote libertarian and doesn't stay libertarian, the fact that county is currently majority libertarian is interesting to me. Even though only about a quarter of the votes are in. So Garland County, Arkansas, I'll have to remember that. The polls will close in my home state in a few minutes. Let me check the Senate again. So far, Herschel Walker's up. North Carolina, Republicans are up. Fetterman is up. Barnes is up. Franken is up. Missouri, Republicans are up. Now, let me see about the state of Kansas, the governor level. Laura Kelly, for some reason, they're really bad at counting votes for governor here. Laura Kelly has a considerable lead. Reno County, Kansas is overwhelmingly favoring the Republican senator, comfortably favoring the Democratic governor. Finney County backing Derek Schmidt, even more so for Jerry Moran. State of Alabama, we're able to project Kay Ivey as the winner. She's winning in a landslide so far. That's a pretty healthy margin for a Republican. The state of Alaska, we won't know for several hours how that's going to go. But it'll be about 11 o'clock at night by the time they close. So far, Republicans haven't flipped a single House seat. They're going to, but none have actually flipped yet. Fetterman is still up. It looks like it might be a December 6th runoff, but so far they've been really lagging in counting the votes in Georgia and Kansas too. But an anti-abortion amendment in Kentucky is failing on the same ballot that Rand Paul won on, meaning that there are pro-choice people who vote Republican, but they will vote against the Republican Party's position on that amendment in Kentucky. Chinese food. You know, we're going to be winning the culture war in 2024. It's going to be a beautiful thing. We're going to be winning because we believe in God and freedom. And we also believe in the Big Mac and the Whopper. So far, let's go back to the United States House of Representatives. Republicans have yet to flip any seats. God, I hate how they keep changing this back to the proportional map. I don't want the proportional map. So far, Elaine Luria has actually narrowed up the vote, but it's too early to call. So far, we're able to project that Democrats have a 36-seat deficit in the House of Representatives. Their chances of actually retaining the House, I don't think they have much of a prayer. Let's see, how's this Arkansas County doing now? 75% of the vote is in. That's a lot for, in terms of Garland County, Arkansas, staying, because Garland County, Arkansas is overwhelmingly voting for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think the Arkansas Libertarian Party has got to continue doing what they're doing because they're becoming a hit with the voters. I don't know. I don't think Arkansas is going to be like the first libertarian state to vote libertarian on the presidential level, but I'd like to imagine that they could do that. We're able to project. Gosh, hang on. Let's go to the. We're able to project that Republicans are on their way to winning control of the Arkansas retaining control of the Arkansas House of Representatives and Senate. Sadly, their efforts to legalize cannabis in Arkansas looks like that's not going to work. Now let's go to Utah. So in 6 minutes, we're going to find out just how Republican Utah is after this election. So far, Republicans are already going to retain both houses of the Utah legislature. Ron DeSantis is going to be term limited in 2026. He has won so decisively. He has killed the career of Charlie Crist. He is like the Ronald Reagan of Florida, it seems like, in terms of how people talk about him, how people treat him. He is the Ronald Reagan of Florida. And Donald Trump, I think, now is going to have to worry that since DeSantis could win like that, he's going to have to consider the possibility that he just handed him a man. He handed his opponents one man that could take him down. Let me go back to Florida because Florida. Ron DeSantis has swept almost every county in southern Florida. He's only down by 16 points in Broward County. I think he's going to lose there. Orange County is competitive. I mean, I think that there's a swing in 2024 to the Democrats because it's a presidential contest. Because there's a difference between you electing a Republican governor and electing a Republican president. So Florida has been a huge blow to the Democrats. Not a single county, I'm finding, not a single county in Florida has swung more Democratic in 2022 than they did in 2020. Ron DeSantis has more votes than he had in 2022. Charlie Crist would be lucky to get anywhere close to the kind of votes that what was his name? Andrew Gillum had gotten. I mean, you can tell Charlie Crist is traumatized by his defeat. He's like the George McGovern or Walter Mondale of the Florida Democratic Party, considering the kind of loss he suffered tonight and the kind of... his campaign was just terrible. He won the nomination of the Democratic Party in a landslide. I mean, you look at the primary results, he beat his opponent by 24 points. And now you go from this to so far this. So in a few minutes, we're going to find out with the Utah Senate race how that's going to go. We look at the House. We look at the United States Senate. I think Michael Bennett's going to win. So far, it's not looking good for Joe O'Dea. We look at the state of Arkansas. That's pretty good. Herschel Walker might win this thing out right now. Let's find out how South Carolina Republicans are doing for governor of Arkansas. Governor of South Carolina, my apologies. Wow, Henry McMaster's crushing Joe Cunningham. I mean, that is a red wave. Moving it in your direction is a red wave. Maura Healey, so far, is still crushing Jeff Deal. Jeff Deal was never a good candidate, never a good idea to nominate him. Democrats have retained control of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. They're going to retain control of all their offices currently. Dan Cox is overwhelmingly losing to Wes Moore. I think Maryland's politics are going to be more polarized because you look at Western Maryland, Garrett County, is one of the least Democratic counties in the state. Democrats are going to retain the offices of Attorney General, Comptroller, and they're going to win their county executive offices. But so far, Democrats are doing well. In the state of New York, we're able to project that Chuck Schumer is the winner. We're also saying that so far, Kathy Hochul is capturing a supermajority of the vote, but it's too early to call. Democrats will likely retain control of the New York State legislature. Now let's head to the state of Wisconsin. For the United States Senate, the state of Wisconsin is too early to call, but it's likely that Ron Johnson will win. In the governor's race, Tony Evers is up comfortably, but it is too early to call there. State of New Hampshire, too early to call. However, Chris Sununu is the projected winner for governor, but this is a considerably closer result compared to 2020. We head to the state of South Dakota. We're able to project that it is too early to call. Kristi Noem leads Jamie Smith. However, not with the kind of margin you're seeing from John Thune. John Thune is winning Roberts County. It's competitive, but it's also not that competitive with the Democratic candidate for governor. Brookings County, Minnehaha County. I think that's a funny name. No offense to South Dakotans, but that's a funny name. I mean, come on. Dusty Johnson is the projected winner. He is beating his libertarian opponent. This isn't even a contest, it seems. In 2018, he won his bid for the U.S. House of Representatives from South Dakota. It was a lot closer than 2016. In 2020, he beat a libertarian then, and he beats a libertarian now. And he does so pretty handily. And that's interesting because you'd think Democrats would want to beat him almost no matter what, so they might vote libertarian because they don't have anyone else to vote for. So you'd think they would want to vote him out, even if that means you're voting a third-party guy in, you're voting him out. You're voting a Republican out by putting somebody else who's not a Republican in there. Granted, you'd wish he was a Democrat, but still. Kelly Armstrong, let's see, for the U.S. House of Representatives. I wish New York Times would stop doing that with the thing. Kelly Armstrong is so far up. Let's go to the map. John Hoeven is the projected winner, although it's unusual that he's performing this badly. I mean, Rick Becker is his opponent, but so far he's doing a lot better than I expected. He challenged Hoeven in the Republican primary, and actually, although New York Times and stuff have different names for him, I guess. So far, for the United States House Representatives, if I could find where it was, North Dakota, state of North Dakota, you have John Hoeven up, but a number of these counties have the independent candidate in second place. And again, if he's a Republican-leaning independent, those who don't like John Hoeven can vote for this guy because they know there's no chance the Democrats are going to win this Senate race. I mean, the Democrat is up in second place ahead of the independent, but the independent is ahead in most of these counties, in second place. Kelly Armstrong is in a more competitive House race compared to the gubernatorial to the Senate race. North Dakota Republicans will retain control of the state legislature. A 72% chance of control in the House. As for the United States Senate, it is a total toss-up. Now Democrats have a better chance because now it's 207 versus 206. Which is interesting because I'm wondering how competitive this is going to be. South Carolina Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Republicans are So far, Republicans are in a competitive House race in Virginia, but other than that, none of these races are particularly competitive in Virginia and Maryland. That's interesting that Western Maryland could elect a Democrat representative, even though he's a Democrat. But so far, this race is going to be interesting to watch. My home state, how it's going to vote for the United States Senate. Maura Healey is the governor-elect of Massachusetts. Her lieutenant governor is Kim Driscoll, meaning the last man to be elected lieutenant governor of Massachusetts. Was Tim Murray in 2010. Anyway, I don't know how Kara Mund has a chance of winning a House seat. Because they're just going to claim she's a Democrat in all but name. I think his choice of a running mate probably was not a good idea. But it's also the first time a governor of either party won a majority in the state of Florida since 2006. And so far, it does not appear that that the third party vote was going to be decisive in Florida. It seems like wow, wow. It appears DeSantis might actually win this thing by 20 points. I think Republicans would be better off nominating DeSantis than Donald Trump. So his party has retained control of the Florida Florida Senate. Republican challengers so far. Not a single Republican is losing their seat. Republicans have picked up one. They might pick up 2 seats in this Senate away from the Democrats. In the House of Representatives, let's see. I'm trying to find an incumbent Democrat losing in the House. I mean, okay, we 1, 2. Oh, I guess Democrats did pick up a seat in the. They defeated a Republican incumbent, but then again they redistricted. So 1, 2, a net gain of, I guess, 1 seat. A net gain of 1 seat in both chambers of the Florida legislature, meaning DeSantis has a pretty healthy shot of doing pretty much whatever he wants. Because again, in order to oppose DeSantis, you pretty much are committing political suicide. Okay, now we're getting some results. Katie Hobbs, Secretary of State, is up so far. State of Utah, so far, we don't have any results back, but we're going to find out. Some political boundaries may be redrawn after this election. So, so far now the House control is leaning Republican. Senate control is also leaning Republican. It looks like maybe a runoff in Georgia, but Ohio, I think, is gone. Pennsylvania may be gone. New Hampshire is so far staying. Wisconsin's too early to call. Iowa's too early to call. So far, this hasn't changed for a while now. This really hasn't changed. Fayette County, Illinois is voted 100% more Democratic than in 2020. Fayette County, Illinois. I'm going to have to look that up later. That's interesting to see because when you see some of these results, some of these counties are voting more Democratic than they did in 2020. Some of it's because that candidate was better than Biden, or just because maybe the Republican was worse than Trump. Who knows? All right, we're able to say so far Republicans have yet to actually flip a seat, but so far we're going to find out soon how true that is. Let's go back to Oklahoma because I know they had a competitive-ish gubernatorial race. So far, too early to call, but it looks like Kevin Stitt is going to easily beat his Democratic challenger. She never had much of a chance. The polls had suggested that she had a chance, but it doesn't appear that that actually held up. The state of Nevada, it's too early to call. The state of Utah, so far no votes have come back. Republicans are going to retain control of the Utah Senate. Enough of these seats are uncontested that there is no way that they were going to lose the Utah Senate, so Governor Cox will have a Republican Senate to work with. The Senate is a toss-up. The House of Representatives, a 72% chance that Republicans will win. If all third parties in the state of Utah had endorsed Evan McMullin over Mike Lee, I'm wondering what would happen. What exactly would happen if all those voters voted for Evan McMullin over Mike Lee? I wonder just how competitive this would be. I don't know. But honestly, the final result was like a 12-point margin for DeSantis. He's winning by way more than that. On the same token, however, Massachusetts is voting much more Democratic than Florida is Republican. Let's see about the state of Maryland, because that was the other governor's race that Democrats were confident at winning. So far, Democrats are doing pretty well. Not as well as they are on the Senate level, but that was to be expected. So Governor-elect Moore and Governor-elect Healy are doing well. Let's look at the state of Rhode Island. Governor Dan McKee will easily be elected to a full term of his own, easily defeating his Republican challenger. Democrats will also easily retain control of the legislature. Lieutenant governor is too close to call. Attorney General, Secretary of State, Democrats will win there. The United States House of Representatives is we're able to project that Democrats will retain their House seat, even though this was as close of a race as you could imagine. Seth Magaziner defeated Alan Fung for the seat. It's not even that close in particular. As for the United States Senate, it is too early to call. However, we're able to project that the state of North Carolina will elect Ted Budd to the United States Senate. He has defeated former North Carolina Chief Justice Sherry Beasley. We're able to also project that J.D. Vance will defeat Tim Ryan in the Ohio Senate race. The Pennsylvania Senate race is too close to call. The Wisconsin Senate race is too close to call. Iowa and Missouri are too early to call. We're able to project that the state of Colorado will re-elect Senator Michael Bennet, and it is too early to call in the state of Arizona. Pennsylvania, the governor's race is not even remotely competitive. Democrats are doing considerably better than they are on the Senate level, which is interesting to see. We're able to project that incumbent Republican Governor Mark Gordon defeats Teresa Livingston in a landslide. This was not particularly surprising for anybody, considering Wyoming's strong Republican lead. We're able to project that Republicans will also retain control of the Wyoming legislature. We're able to project that incumbent Republican Tennessee Governor Bill Lee will defeat Democrat Jason Martin. Republicans will retain control of the Tennessee legislature. For governor of Wisconsin, Governor Tony Evers is up comfortably against his Republican challenger. Meanwhile, Mandela Barnes is still up, which is a little surprising at this point in the race, considering the fact that how close it is, how close it's been. We're able to say so far that Governor Greg Abbott leads Democratic challenger, former Representative Beto O'Rourke, in this competitive gubernatorial race. So far, Republicans have a lead for both chambers of the Texas legislature. I'll be right back. It's going to be 20 points now in Florida. What do you do? Yeah, I'll let you know how Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Utah goes. I'm also wondering how Wisconsin's going because the governor there has been better than most people expect. He's Democrat. There's an amendment on the ballot in the Constitution of Tennessee to whether to end collective bargaining. That they can't compel you to join unions. Well, I'm trying to remember how they worded it. I think they're also going to make it's like constitutional amendment to make Tennessee a right to work state. I thought they already were a right to work state. But Illinois just ended its right to work state status. DeSantis is up by 20. He's won by 20 points now. He's reelected. Oh, and there's a third-party candidate winning in one county in Arkansas for the U.S. Senate, which is weird. They bunch really face the Republican Senate. And the results are about to be released in the Utah Senate. But Republicans have already won the state Senate for Utah, the Utah State Legislature, which isn't shocking because it's Utah. Like, all the Republican Senate candidates are unopposed here. So they're already declared winners, so now the state Senate is winning. Well, they haven't released the numbers yet. Lauren Boebert is in a competitive race. Marjorie Green won again, but only by 29 points. It's a shift in Democrats. Oh my God, there's a bear dog. What a good boy. Okay, let's see how it goes it. No results yet. No new results yet. Okay. Chuck Grassley has taken the lead. All right. We are able to project the state of Colorado, as expected, will go to Michael Bennett. Democrats now have a one-seat advantage. We're able to project Arkansas and Missouri for the Republican incumbents there. Oh, I don't know why I was so excited about Garland County, Arkansas. Now more votes have come in, and wow, that's a huge shift. It went from being a libertarian county to, well, thank goodness I didn't make any bold predictions about the future of the Arkansas Libertarian Party. So far, Fetterman's up, Vance is up, Barnes is up. But so far, New Hampshire's still too early. Let's see about the House of Representatives. I wish I could just disable the proportional map thing. Too close to call in North Dakota. Matt Rosendale's in a competitive campaign for some reason. That's interesting. But we're able to see so far that Iowa, so far none of the races have been called. Cindy Axney is up, but she might have a fair chance of winning again. I wish the New York Times would have a separate gubernatorial thing. Let's see. The United States Senate. So far. Mark Kelly has a healthy lead, but so far too early to call. The state of Oklahoma is already gone. Now there are no Republicans elected in Massachusetts. Minnesota governor is too early to call. Let's see the state of Utah. I wonder when they're finally going to release some results. The state of New York, we're able to project. Let's be honest with ourselves. Kathy Hochul will be the winner in New York. I just still don't imagine Lee Zeldin being able to win this thing, or if he does, it won't really matter because even as governor, Democrats will have the seats in the legislature necessary to thwart his agenda at all costs. There will be no ramifications for them doing that. Josh Shapiro has a healthy lead. However, Republicans are on track to retain control of the Pennsylvania legislature. Democrats are going to win the remainder of the races in the state of Rhode Island. In the state of Wisconsin, it is too early to call. The Democratic lieutenant governor holding his own so far. Mark Gordon reelected. He'll retain the legislature. Let's see. West Virginia. How can you forget West Virginia? Republicans will retain control of the West Virginia legislature. How's Kentucky doing on the ballot question? It's narrowed up a little bit, but not considerably. It's still too early to call. But I think Kentucky Republicans will just put this on the ballot in 2024, and I don't imagine that people voting for Donald Trump, that the vast majority will be voting for this amendment against this amendment. The state of Oregon polls are closing in like 30 minutes. Polls in Oklahoma were able to project that Kevin Stitt will comfortably defeat his Democratic challenger, Joy Hoffmeister. However, Democrats take solace in the fact that, number one, they hit 40% of the vote for the third time in a row, and two, that the margin wasn't more than 20 points as it was in 2010. But Republicans will retain a trifecta in the Oklahoma state government. But it's interesting that this House race is even remotely competitive. I mean, that means there are people who may have voted for Republicans on other parts of the ballot, but decided not to for these other races. But I'm wondering why Rick Becker is doing so well. Rick Becker. Okay, they finally changed his name to Rick Becker. He's a sitting state representative. He lost his bid for the U.S. Senate in the Republican primary. He's cited as the top fiscal conservative in the House, in the North Dakota House of Representatives. But he's doing surprisingly well. I mean, they knew they were going to keep North Dakota no matter what. So I think if the Democrats had dropped out, I think you would have seen it be much more of a fight. An establishment Republican who really doesn't make a whole lot of waves versus the more firebrand-ish challenger. But so far, Republicans are going to keep North Dakota. The state of Texas is too early to call. But let's go check the other races. Let's see. Lieutenant governor is better than how it is for governor. Attorney general is more competitive. Let's check the state of New Hampshire. All right, 1/3 of the vote is in. That's taking forever. State of New Mexico, Governor Grisham is doing well. New York State, too early to say. However, Chuck Schumer is doing really poorly compared to how he usually does. Let's see about Nevada. How's Nevada doing? Nothing? Okay. The state of Utah, so far nothing. I can't wait to finally see how this is going to go because I'm really tired of the same political ads being on repeat. Governor of Arizona, so far so good for the Democrats, not so good for the Republicans. I mean, let's be honest, Alex Padilla and Gavin Newsom are going to win for the United States Senate and governorship respectively. Although, sadly, that pro-abortion amendment is going to pass. let's see. New Hampshire governor is a lot more competitive than it was previously. Vermont governor, wow, it's even less competitive than it was in 2020. I did not expect him to do better than he did in 2020. That's impressive. State of Ohio, it's looking to be a disaster for the Democrats there. And let's see, the state legislature will stay, and they're probably going to knock off a few Democrat incumbents. But so far, this is not so good for the Democrats there. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont is in a competitive bid for a second term, but he's doing better than he did in 2018. Let's see about the state of Florida. Marco Rubio is winning by over 1 million votes. Ron DeSantis is winning by 1.5 million votes. He is up by almost 20 points. This is a particularly good night for him. And considering how much of a shift this is to the Republicans, this is going to be very bad for Democrats down ballot in Florida. Let's check out Delaware. Democrats will retain the House of Representatives seat from Delaware. They will retain control of the Delaware state legislature. Democrats are up for every other statewide race. So far, nothing has changed on the Senate level. No flips, no gains. So far, Ron Johnson is closing the gap. Georgia's too close to call. For the House of Representatives, Republicans are about to hit the 100-seat mark. But again, no flips. Democrats can take solace that they've held off any gains this far. But it looks like Virginia's 2nd district might be the first one to go compared to other seats. But so far, Democrats have been able to withstand Republican wave in certain places. So there's a number of districts that haven't reported yet, but Democrats are expected to win easily. You have a bunch of seats where Republicans are expected to win easily. I mean, a number of these races in California they could easily call for Democrats, but it's way too early to say. So Arkansas, Alabama, Alaska, Colorado, California. Hawaii, we won't get results from Hawaii for the longest time. They close at midnight Eastern time, so about 10 o'clock my time. But I'm already willing to project that the United States Senate seat in Hawaii will stay Democratic, and Democrats will retain control of the Hawaii governorship and the Hawaii legislature. The state of Idaho, Republicans will retain the governorship and the Senate seat. Illinois, Democrats will retain control in that state. The state of Kansas, Laura Kelly is doing pretty decently against her Republican opponent, Kansas Attorney General Derek Schmidt. The Commonwealth of Kentucky, which the Commonwealth of Kentucky will stay Republican on the Senate level. The 2 ballot questions so far are failing. Now we head back to the state of Utah to see how that's going, and so far nothing. We head over to the state of Vermont, where Democrats are easily winning that Senate race, and it is a disaster for Republicans. Virginia, so far, Democrats are going to lose that House race. I don't see how they can where they can change that. So far, the first crucial Senate race of the night. Now there's a statistical tie. Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes is leading Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin by a statistical tie. Fetterman is up barely. North Carolina, Georgia, Republicans are possibly going to reclaim Georgia. How good of a primary challenger was he? Oh, he didn't do that well. Well, let's see. I hate this proportional map thing. Nobody needs this proportional map garbage. Interestingly enough, Nebraska's first district is close, and the second district is as well. Montana is... Oh, wow. I don't expect Montana to elect an independent to the House, but I'm interested to see how he went from third to second. I don't know. Early election results are fun to look at because you imagine what's possible, and then a few minutes later, it's like, nope, not going to happen. Like that one Arkansas county going a third party on the Senate level. That would have been a bigger shock to me than if McMullen were to win. I mean, I don't know how many votes were cast in this election in Utah, so I don't know how long it's going to take for all the votes to be counted. Oh, was this amendment? So I guess the question was about raising the appropriations limit. I voted no, so I don't have to worry. Let's see. Let me go make sure my ballot was mailed in. My mail-in ballot was counted. Okay. that's all, that's good for me. They counted my ballot. Okay. So my vote was counted. I voted for McMullen. I don't Mike Lee. I don't believe term limits are the solution to our problems, but I'd like to think that we could have people in public life who know that it's time to go home. I wish as soon as mail-in ballots are received, they just immediately start tabulating all early votes so that at least by election night we can start off by knowing the results. I think it would be nice that if they would do that instead. Oh well. Anyway. But this is interesting. Look how many counties Governor DeSantis has flipped or is going to flip. you look at the current counties, and then you look at the 2018 counties, and 2018, 2022. So far, he has not lost a single county. None of these counties have narrowed up. This will have been an utter disaster for Florida Democrats because nobody found Charlie Crist inspiring. Nobody found him to be their apparent candidate. For Pennsylvania, Fetterman is still up, and maybe the third-party vote might help prevent Oz. Honestly, Oz is not even that good of a candidate. I don't understand why Republicans decided Oz would be their man. I think Dave McCormick would have been a much better candidate than Dr. Oz. Okay, now we have some results. We're able to say so far that Mike Lee has an overwhelming lead against independent challenger Evan McMullen. James Hansen is in third, Tommy Williams in fourth. It's essentially a contest of a right-wing Republican, a center-right independent, a far-right third-party candidate, and probably, well, I guess a guy who defies all political labels. But so far, we're able to say that Evan McMullen is in second, James Hansen in third, and Tommy Williams in fourth. I'm wondering how my state legislative seat is going to vote. I won't tell y'all which one it is, but the hope that it flips. Okay. So far, they haven't called my House district, but I'm expecting it's going to go Republican. But essentially, that's almost a 65-point lead for Mike Lee in the state of Nevada and the state of Utah. Wisconsin, Republicans have taken the lead, which is not surprising. But Oklahoma Democrats were crushed on the Senate level, but the gubernatorial level, they're doing decently. So far, the race for United States Senate is shaping up to be kind of like a standstill thing. Nothing's flipped. Arizona hasn't changed all that much. Georgia is probably the Republicans' best chance of winning. If we try out the statewide results in Arizona, we can see that it's still surprising that how so far the vote is. Maricopa County will be the Democrats' path to victory if they're to win this thing. Let's see down ballot. State Senate and State House are going to stay red. Through the United States House of Representatives from Utah, so far nothing's been called, but District 2 is overwhelmingly Republican with a 73-point lead. I wonder if the New York Times will call Virginia's 2nd district. Maura Healey is going to win big in Massachusetts, and is from Maryland. Maryland, that's a pretty healthy margin. That's a huge victory. I think it's Carroll County, Maryland, that you got to win by a huge margin if you're going to be elected. If you're going to win a statewide race as a Republican, then they're winning it big. They're winning it by a lot, but they're losing badly as it is. So let's go back to the top here. So far, some more results have come in. The number's going to tighten up, but by how much, I don't know. So Joab County, Utah is voting overwhelmingly for Mike Lee. Beaver County a little less so, but still. Evan McMullen, I'm expecting him to walk with a few counties, but I don't expect him to win because I think it is just too close. I think his numbers are not anywhere near good enough. But yeah, this is interesting. Charlie Crist was elected, won the Republican nomination in 1998 for the United States Senate, and he lost badly. He lost by over almost 25 points. In 2000, he was elected education commissioner, significantly outrunning President George W. Bush. And then in 2002, he was elected attorney general, winning the control of the office away from Democrats. He easily won the Republican nomination for governor of Florida and easily won the general election. This was the last statewide race he ever won in a general election. 4 years later, he gets clowned on, loses badly. 2014 and 2022, he was defeated. I think he wishes he would have just stayed in his congressional seat. A 1-point swing to Oz. United States Senate, so far, Johnson's taking the lead. I think it's going to be a much smaller landslide for Chuck Grassley. Louisiana is going to stay red. So that's a 42-42 tie. North Carolina, that's 43 for the Republicans, 44 with Ohio. Probably 45 with Utah. Wondering how Laura Kelly is doing on the gubernatorial level. She's still up by a healthy margin. That's weird. I don't know why. This is the second county I've noticed that has a third-party vote, but I know that's not how it's going to end because I am certain that Seth Cordell will not do that well. I mean, I would be nice if he'd win, but I don't expect him to do that. And interestingly enough, I guess they might elect a Democrat attorney general, even though they want to elect a Democrat Secretary of State. But the fact that Crist lost to Miami-Dade County, Florida, that is a disastrous margin. Okay, so DeSantis was able to do this, I guess, in spite of a 139,000 vote deficit. That means there were plenty of Democrats willing to vote for Governor DeSantis. Okay, now we're going to the familiar territory where, at this rate, Oz is going to beat Fetterman. So if we take, okay, let's see, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Well, that would still give Democrats room for a 52-48 majority, but that, 49 seats. So, there's a path to victory for Democrats, but it's not exactly going to be that great. So, out of the 10 most competitive states, Republicans need to win 5 each. Democrats have won Colorado, so that's out of reach for the Republicans. Is Barnes up again? Oh, wow, Barnes is up again. If he wins this thing, it's going to be excruciating for the Republicans to lose in a midterm with a Democratic president. So far, it's not looking good for the. I wonder how David Jolly feels knowing that Charlie Crist beat him and then lost in a landslide. Let's see. Let's see. Ron DeSantis. If DeSantis would just be his own man, I would like him a lot more. If he wouldn't pander to Donald Trump so much, I'd like him so much more. Okay, let's see. Huh. It's kind of weird, though, seeing there's no Democrat on the ballot in the state of Utah. It's interesting. Missouri is shifting heavily to the left. Ohio is too. Pennsylvania, the state of North Dakota, state of Florida is shifting overwhelmingly to the right. Oklahoma, special, overwhelmingly to the left. Considering that Trump won those two states so heavily. Let's see. So, but how is Mark Kelly doing this well? Oh, well, he's winning Maricopa County in a landslide. And Katie Hobbs is doing well, but what about now the early vote's going to wind down, how that's going to be, how that's going to work out. For the United States House of Representatives, Democrats now are down by 43 seats as it stands, but no flips, which is interesting that the House would be is still. However, most of these districts are Republican. A lot of these districts that haven't come back um, are Democratic districts. So a lot of these votes have yet to come back. But as to why some of these districts aren't called when it's so clear that someone has an advantage is beyond me. I'd be calling Iowa's 4th district, North Dakota at large. Let's go to the state of Montana. We haven't gotten to Montana yet. I just realized. Okay, so for some... Yes, Montana. I love Montana. There are too many pro-abortion people in this country. Let's see. How about the U.S. House? Trying to find the... Okay, Abigail Spanberger has won her re-election, so she will be in the House for another 2 years. If I could just find the U.S. House races in Montana. Okay, here we go. I don't know why that was so hard to find. The 1st district is competitive. However, Democrats are ahead so far, but it is way too early to say. Former Secretary of the Interior Ryan Zinke, who represented Montana, the entire state in the House of Representatives, is trying to get his old job back. The state of the 2nd district is that the third-party candidate, Gary Buchanan, is in a pretty hotly contested race up against incumbent Representative Matt Rosendale and Penny Ronning. As for Utah, nothing's come back yet. But McMullen is down by 63.6 percentage points, which is slightly trending in his direction. So now that's interesting just to see how the imagine if this was the final outcome, these percentages. That would be a pretty interesting thing. And I'd like to see what they did in Utah. It'd be done nationally, where you have, instead of fielding a major party candidate, you field you essentially back a third party candidate, and you see where you can go with that. State of Maine, too early to call. Some of these predictions of in certain places are just wrong. State of Nevada, nothing's come back yet. State of New Mexico. State of New Mexico is looking to be competitive, slightly competitive, but Democrats are up in all 3 districts so far, but it's way too early to call. Now they're only down by 40 seats in the House of Representatives. But for some reason, Virginia's 2nd district hasn't been called yet. But there is one guaranteed flip, and that is the 5th district of Tennessee. That is a guaranteed gain for the Republicans. They haven't flipped it yet, but they're going to. They will flip that seat, and it won't be pretty. Democrats now have won one of their competitive seats, and now they can breathe a little bit, but they need 45 more. So now Democrats, they only need 9 seats out of this estimate. They need 9 seats if they're going to somehow retain the House. But if they do, they have to force Pelosi out as Speaker, because she is the reason why people don't want Democrats in the Congress, because they keep electing Pelosi Speaker of the House of Representatives, and they don't want that. You know, fairly or not, people don't like Nancy Pelosi because she's in with the Washington establishment. There are plenty of women in the Congress that would deserve to be Speaker more than her. That's interesting. Imagine if Democrats somehow managed to win the state legislature, if they somehow win everything, sweep Arizona. I mean, there's no way it would happen, but it's so far interesting how close some of these races are. And you know how it's going to go, but for some reason right now it's competitive. Let's see. Okay, so far, Ryan Zinke's district, he's down. But in the second district, it's interesting how it's a four-way race. And Democrats could have picked off this district if they wanted to, because they've been in third. If they would have dropped out and endorsed Gary Buchanan, they could have probably have caught up in the vote. Let's see. A 44-seat deficit. I mean, I can imagine Democrats cracking 200 seats in the House. I mean, that would be a really good sign. Yeah, sure, you lost the House, but you lost it by a slim margin. That's not discouraging because you can make up that ground. If Donald Trump could get within a hair of winning back the House in 2020, then Joe Biden has the potential to do the same thing. But he has to learn from some of the things that Trump was able to do that made himself competitive in 2020, even when the odds were so against him. 58-42 for Katie Hobbs, 59-39 for Blake Masters. So if every victor vote was for Masters, then, I mean, that would still be something to see. Now, so we're going to have to just wait a while in Utah. We're going to go see how the remainder of the Senate races are doing. Georgia, I think it's going to be another runoff, but I think Warnock's going to lose. Pennsylvania, now Wisconsin's out of reach once again for Democrats. We're able to project that Seth Magaziner will win the seat in the U.S. House of Representatives from Rhode Island, and we're able to project that Governor Greg Abbott will defeat Beto O'Rourke in the gubernatorial race. Greg Abbott will be only the second governor to win a third term since Rick Perry in 2010. Beto O'Rourke will not be the next governor of Texas. That means that Attorney General Abbott will extend his control of statewide politics another 4 years. He won on a landslide in 2014. In 2018, he won another landslide. And this one is the most competitive, but it wasn't enough. I mean, there was one poll showing O'Rourke up, and I wasn't shocked to see that he's lost. I mean, even if every third-party vote went to O'Rourke, it wouldn't be enough. I mean, Abbott is actually outrunning most of Donald Trump's margins. I'm trying to find where he performs worse, but I can't find it. I mean, almost every county voted more Republican in 2022 than in 2020 in Texas. Brian Kemp is going to beat Stacey Abrams. Interestingly enough, Seth Cordell will probably win Kearney County, Kansas. But most of these gubernatorial... Finally, we could have this map. Okay. Governor Tony Evers holds a comfortable lead compared to his Senate counterpart in the state of Wisconsin. We're able to project that Republicans have taken the lead for the United States Senate. Chuck Grassley is the projected winner. He beats Michael Franken. And we're able to project that Alex Padilla is the projected winner. The state of California beating his Republican opponent, Mark Musser. We're able to project the state of Idaho will go to Mike Crapo. And we're able to say that Evan McMullen has a 40-point swing in his favor. He has 37% of the vote against his Republican incumbent, Mike Lee. Salt Lake County is somewhat competitive. Washington County, Utah, not really. Other counties, not really. But it is too early to call. We're able to project that Blake Moore will be reelected to the United States House of Representatives. We're able to project that Chris Stewart will be reelected to the United States House of Representatives. And we're able to project that Burgess Owens will be reelected to the United States House of Representatives. And John Curtis will be reelected to the United States House of Representatives. Also, we have some results in the state of Oregon. So far, we're able to say that Tina Kotek has a lead against her Republican opponent and an independent, Betsy Johnson. Johnson had 28% of support in the summer, and it appears that that support has largely evaporated. Only in a few counties is she cracking 10% of the vote. But it is pretty clear so far that Tina Kotek has a fair chance at being the winner in this race. And I'm going to call it. It's risky, but I'm willing to call it. We're able to project that incumbent Senator Ron Wyden has been reelected to the United States Senate from Oregon. He will win his 5th full term in office. I don't know how old he is, but he will win that seat. So there is a tie in the United States Senate again. Wisconsin is too close to call. Pennsylvania is too close to call. North Carolina is almost out of votes. Ohio is not even a question. And New Hampshire is a little competitive. But so far, Garland County, Arkansas. I don't know why. It was so weird to see Garland County, Arkansas be competitive when it's supposed to be a Republican stronghold. By the way, I don't know if anyone else is. Charlie, if you're still watching this, which I doubt, if you're still watching, get your ass in the stream. So let's say 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. I mean, that would still give Democrats a path to victory, but I mean, still. Let's head to Utah. I mean, this is somewhat an accomplishment because Mike Lee is in the low 60s. If he gets anything less than 60% of the vote, that means there is a significant movement in favor of another candidate, in favor of an alternative to the Republican status quo. Now, back to Arizona. Sixty-seven percent. 67%. Let's see, the 2010 elections in Wisconsin, Democrats lost Wisconsin. Let's look at the House map. Now, this was a disaster for Democrats in 2010 because of the fact that they lost the House and they lost 63 seats. Republicans needed 39, but they got 63. So now we move ahead, 2014. Okay, well, Governor Needle. Let's check out Montana because of that House race. Let's see. Okay, now Rosendale's starting to run away with it. But that I'm sorry. I think sometimes when you have a situation where somebody is competitive, either run them again or run someone like them who is able to appeal to the voters. So the Senate, it's looking like maybe another 50-50 tie for the House of Representatives. Okay, now the votes are coming back, and now it's going to be closer. So for the House of Representatives, wow, 210 to 225. That's interesting to see as Democrats are now making their presence known in other seats. Lauren Boebert is down by 2 points, and if she loses, that's interesting. But Democrats now are down by over 55 seats. I mean, I don't know. On one hand, I wouldn't be shocked if it's a red wave, but on the other hand, Republicans have been doing everything they can to lose the election to the Democrats because I don't know. I feel like Republicans sometimes like to be in the minority. Now Republicans have won all of the seats in Oklahoma, and they are up in all of the seats in Arkansas. Tennessee's 5th district and 7th districts are somewhat competitive. I wonder how Democrats are feeling now that O'Rourke has lost again. Georgia is looking like a landslide, but I'd say once it's the 10-point mark, it's a landslide. Maine, I think she's going to win again. Gretchen Whitmer is doing pretty well. Nevada, too early. New York, I think Kathy Hochul's got it. Pennsylvania's narrowing up, but so far, the voters are rejecting pretty comfortably Doug Mastriano. Tony Evers is holding on. I mean, the rest of the gubernatorial races aren't even that competitive. And I mean, these are the ones that have not even been called yet. Let's see. The United States Senate. So far, no other races have been called, but let's come on. Let's call North Carolina already. Let's call Ohio. I mean, the race in Wisconsin is close, so that's why I'm not going to call Wisconsin. Arizona is still not close, but we're able to project that Patty Murray will win her Senate race in the state of Washington. Seattle will be able to bail her out. So 43, 44, 45, 46, likely 47. So far, that looks like it will be enough to. I mean, that also creates a path for Republicans to have a United States Senate majority. Maybe 53 to 47 for Republicans, 51 or 52 to 47 or 48 for 48 to 49 for Democrats. But Kotek is doing well in her own right. I mean, she went from looking like she was going to lose to where now she might have the chance to hold on. I wonder when the Democrats are going to have California seats called, because, I mean, you could easily call Nancy Pelosi's seat and no big deal. I mean, she's not going to lose her home district or San Francisco to the Republicans. No way, no how. Considering how odious and unpopular Republicans are in California compared to how odious and unpopular Democrats are in Wyoming. We're able to project that Harriet Hageman has won her race against Lynette Gray Bull. This is the best margin for a House Republican in a very long time. Democrats have picked up some seats. They've retained both Rhode Island seats. Alan Fung performed the best for a Republican there in a long time. So far, Democrats have been able to withstand a lot, but most of these seats have yet to come back. Let's check the needle. For the United States House of Representatives, for the Senate, it's looking okay so far. For the House of Representatives, Democrats, if they lose, if they win, if they gain 13 seats in 2020, the same way Donald Trump did for the Republicans, they would take the House back. If this is the final outcome. Fetterman is still up. Here. This is for you to give to Michelle tomorrow. Okay. You try to remember. Yeah. Fetterman is up. By 1 point. Oh, that's not enough. However, most of Philadelphia still hasn't come back, so that might bail him out. Wisconsin is almost tied. Utah has a 24-point lead, but that's a lot closer.
Lee has a 24-point lead.
Well, yeah, but most of Salt Lake County has not come back.
No.
But I mean, that's still a lot better than losing by 42 points in 2016, 41 points. Then again, his opponent was transgender.
Yeah, so.
But
you don't stand a lot of
Mike, California has been called for Gavin Newsom, and the senator from that state as well, Alex Padilla. Democrats look like they're going to easily retain Oregon's governorship.
I love finding money. Don't you?
Yeah. So Oregon's governorship is going to stay really likely. Democrats in Illinois just ended its right to work status, so Republicans are not going to be happy about that.
Who ended it?
Illinois. But Tennessee just became a right to work state, which I was surprised because I thought they were already a right to work state.
Yeah, they did.
But their constitution now says they are. So Tennessee unions are fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Amending the constitution and it
Well,
states.
there can still be this right to state. We have unions, but it's a lot harder.
Vermont, for the second time in its history, elected a Democrat to the Senate because it used to elect only Republicans. And
What
then
about Georgia?
it's going to go to runoff likely. They haven't said it, but it's likely going to go to a runoff.
Did you tell that?
tell.
He's watching, he's just watching TV.
Georgia is likely going to go to the runoff. Fetterman is still on. Wisconsin's almost tied. McMullen is down by 24 points, but it's very early. Very early. But compared to 2010 and 16, he's doing way better. For president, not the Senate. The Democrats trying to transperson to the U.S. Senate. She lost 41 points. So McMullen's going to do better. Democrats have retained California, they've retained Oregon and Washington. Chuck Grassley won again. Beto O'Rourke lost. Abrams lost. Well, she's going to, whatever call it, she's going to lose. Abrams is down by 9. And O'Rourke lost. O'Rourke lost as well. It was Texas, what you expect.
Yeah.
Sean thought that O'Rourke had a fighting chance. I thought he had a much better chance than any other Democrat, but you can't win without suburban women in Texas. You just can't. And rural votes, big cities votes are important, but you gotta have not only maximize big city margins, but you gotta minimize rural deficits too. And he wasn't able to do that. I'm actually surprised. The New York Times forecast was 229 to 206 for the Republicans. Now it's just 225 to 210, which is better than how it was going. But I mean, I don't expect Democrats to keep the House, but if they do, they have to vote Nancy Pelosi out of the speakership. I mean, first off, she's been the Democratic leader for 20 years. That's historic enough. And
Yeah, but after this happened with her husband,
I would tell her, don't step down from your House seat, because
well, yeah, she probably won't, but
uh,
it just makes me sad. Because it feels like the fuckers are winning.
although Democrats defended their House seat in Rhode Island because it looked like Western Rhode Island is less Democratic. Democrats retain a lot of stuff. So far, they lost two legislators in Florida. Other than that, so far, Republicans have picked up in season. How far we are? It's like 2010, 14. Even if they take the Congress, it's not going to be like how it was 12 or 8 years ago. All right, hang on. Let me go back. Okay, let's see. We're able to project that J.D. Vance will defeat Tim Ryan in Ohio. Wow, Val Demings is losing badly. I mean, I anticipated she'd lose, but not like this. Not like that. I'm not surprised that Tim Ryan lost. I mean, to be fair, this is so much better. He is doing so much better than I think most people could have expected. James Donald Bowman is the senator-elect from Ohio. But to Tim Ryan's credit, he did a lot better than some thought. Honestly, I mean, if a Democrat was nominated to the U.S. Senate instead of McMullen, I would have voted Libertarian. I mean, I voted Libertarian down ballot, of course, but I mean, the I thought, well, McMullen is the next best thing. We're able to project that Marlo Oaks will be elected to complete the current term of the former Utah treasurer who resigned. I voted Libertarian in this campaign. Joseph Buchman. So far, it's interesting how Democrats were willing to vote for an independent Evan McMullen, but they weren't willing to back the United Utah candidates, because I think they could have easily done that, and it would have been considerably more. The results would be more competitive than how they actually are now, because he's winning so far every county with a supermajority landslide everywhere. Only San Juan County is less than a two-thirds or less majority for him. So let's head to the Utah Senate race. Well, that's a swing in McMullen's favor. Weber County is voting against him, but I mean that's still impressive. He's doing a pretty impressive job. Well, it looks like Wisconsin will again be out of reach for Democrats. Democrats are up in the state of Pennsylvania by almost 2 points, which is still better than I anticipated at this particular point. North Carolina, I don't see how they're going to win in North Carolina. Warnock is only down by 1,000 votes. That would be a real shock if Arizona stays like this. I mean, they haven't reported in a while in this race, and I wonder why that is. Now let's look at the House of Representatives. Oh, now it's trending a little less Democratic friendly. Okay, let's look at the map now. Tennessee's 5th district is going to flip. That will be the first Republican flip of the night. And Virginia, okay, now it's too close to call. Connecticut, I don't believe is going to send any Republicans to Congress. I think most of New England will not send Republicans to Congress. So if Democrats sweep that, that's going to be helpful. And for a lot of these districts, I think you'll see Democrats having some ability to breathe easier. Now let's go check out Kansas for the gubernatorial and Kentucky for the ballot measure. Laura Kelly is still ahead. Stanton County, Hamilton County. What was that one county that it was like, is this county going to vote Libertarian? Kearney County? I think Kearney County. I don't know. That was weird. I mean, that's just strange to see how some of those counties are like third party and then they're not. So far, the abortion amendment is too close to call. Republicans have retained control of the Kentucky legislature. So far, Republicans are doing pretty decently. So far, the Republican Party is going to dominate the South. Let's see, Georgia. Unless somehow the remainder of the votes break so overwhelmingly for the Democrats that they somehow pull one by Brian Kemp, I don't see Stacey Abrams prevailing here. The legislature, the Senate is competitive, but not the House. Let's go to the state of Arkansas. J.D. Vance. Will Wikipedia recognize him as the senator-elect? So far, Democrats are holding their own for the United States House of Representatives. So far. But Republicans are in the lead. But no seats have changed yet. Why the hell does a proportional map matter to these people so much? We're able to project that Virginia's 2nd District will flip. Therefore, Republicans will pick off a seat away from the Democrats. Now, Elaine Loria will be the first casualty of the midterms of a flip from one party to the other. However, a lot of Democratic-held seats have yet to report because for some reason the New York Times decides to play overly cautious. The seat held by Kurt Schrader, where is it? Is too early to call, but it is so far Republican leaning. Let's go over to the governor's seat in Oregon. And then we'll go to the needle. So for the Senate, so far it looks like a 50-50 tie will be Biden's best bet, and the House of Representatives' best bet is possibly a 225-210 Republican majority. So far, 55% of precincts reporting were able to say the House of Representatives, a majority of seats have been called, but Republicans, they have a lead of 53 seats, which is their best lead yet. As for the Senate, 62% of the seats are called so far. Democrats are trailing Republicans, and that is because on the U.S. Senate level, we're able to call Ohio for the Republicans. Wisconsin is 42,000 votes separated. Pennsylvania is 41,000 votes separated. North Carolina is 137,000 votes separated. Georgia is about 1,000 votes separated. The state of Arizona has been tied for a while now. Let's head over to the Utah Senate race. So far, that race is interestingly competitive, although a number of these counties, Mike Lee is leading in all of them, and some of these counties haven't come back. So pro-McMullen areas have yet to report, but McMullen is doing surprisingly well in a few areas. Now Republicans have flipped a seat away from from Democrats. Virginia's 2nd District flipped. Now I'd like to see if we can find, because I feel like they flipped another seat. So let's see. Okay, Florida's 13th District, we're able to project the Democrats will lose the 13th District of Florida. Some of these districts were just not competitive. I think the press needs to get a grip on reality and understand some of these districts weren't going to flip. Charlie Crist's district flipped for the Republicans. Democrats are now down by a bunch of seats. However, if some of these districts were called by the New York Times or other places, that number might shrink. But Republicans are looking pretty good right now. And the question is, how will it look on the Senate level? Because Wisconsin looks out of reach. But so far, Oregon and Washington, if they called it, that's 45 46. But it looks like it's going to be a close race in the United States Senate. Ohio is out of the question. Florida is a huge margin. South Dakota looks like the biggest margin for Republicans tonight. Fetterman is now up by 71,000 votes against Dr. Oz. So, Dr. Oz is looking pretty good for winning this seat. He's up. And I thought Oz was going to be the man because, I thought at this point that debate performance looked like it was going to kill him. Now, as for Oregon, it's looking a little too close to call for Democrats' comfort, but most of Multnomah County hasn't come back yet, so it's too close to call for that reason. Democrats have lost a seat in Oregon to the Republicans. No. That's a hold, not a flip. Republicans have picked up Virginia's 2nd district. They've won the 13th in Ohio and Florida. What was that other seat that they flipped? And the Utah Senate race. McMullen won Salt Lake County. He's now only down by less than 10 points. It looks like he might actually have a fair chance of pulling this one out. Wow, this is impressive. How the governor's race is going. Tony Evers is up. What about for the Wisconsin Senate? Huh. The vote is starting to tighten a little bit. He's currently under 50%, so Warnock might be able to force a runoff, and if the Senate is tied, Warnock might have the momentum. So for the Wisconsin Senate race, the difference is 37,000 votes, and if this trend continues, then Mandela Barnes might have a fighting chance of actually winning the Senate race if he can keep that trend going in his favor. I mean, my home state of Utah, Weber County is competitive. Grand County is going for McMullen. Salt Lake County is going for McMullen. I mean, I think that might be part of the reason why he has a fighting chance. Is you look at the state of the vote, Mike Lee has a I mean, he has a partisan advantage, but on the other hand, you got to look at how margins matter. Every county in these states, margins matter. If you're not a Republican and you want to win in Utah, you have to do well everywhere. Some of the biggest counties in the state, like Morgan, Davis, Weber, and Salt Lake, so the 5 biggest counties. Well, Salt Lake, Davis, Weber, and yeah. So out of these counties, and Morgan County as well, you have to run up the margins. You got to keep it close. You got to you have to. I'm not saying McMullen will win, but he's doing well. Yeah. On the door. All right. Okay, let's see. Summit County, which is actually much more of a Democrat stronghold than Salt Lake County, and I know that's hard to believe, but trust me, look at the results. If all of these votes, I wish McMullen had appealed to the libertarian votes and the independent American votes, because if he had, I think you would see this number be even closer. Let's see. How they haven't called the treasurer race yet, I don't know, but I mean, that's saying something when you're out running a United States senator percentage-wise. Tony Evers, I think, will be reelected governor. He has a better chance at that. We're able to project Oregon will go to the Democrats on the Senate level. The New York Times has projected that. So far, we're able to say that I think Georgia's going to go to a runoff, and I think it's going to be a toss-up. So now there's, again, a tie in this race. It's going to be something. So the House is likely going to stay Republican. It's going to go Republican. But however, Democrats are doing a lot better than I expected. I really thought that it was going to be a bloodbath in a sense, because Republicans, initially it was like 240 and now it's been dwindling. But at the same time, you got to imagine that on one hand, it's not been exactly a good night, but for Democrats, because of the fact they've already lost 3 of their seats to Republicans. We're able to project that Maggie Hassan will be reelected to the United States Senate in a landslide victory so far. It is a landslide. And we're able to project that Stacey Abrams will not be the next governor of Georgia. She has conceded to Republican incumbent Governor Brian Kemp. She has been defeated again. She will be reelected not governor of Georgia. It's not even close. Republicans are marching further in their bid to win control of the United States House of Representatives. So far, it is too early to call for the House. Democrats are hoping that if they do lose the House, that it will be like this kind of number, an estimated number. But so far, not many other places have flipped tonight. The Tennessee House race is still really competitive, which I didn't expect. I really thought that House seat was destined to flip, and it probably will, but it's still too close to call. And Lauren Boebert is trailing in her House district. If she loses, that's a gain for the Democratic Party. Now, the 1st District of Nebraska is kind of competitive, which I'm surprised at. 2nd District of Nebraska is competitive. So far, California's districts haven't come back yet, and I think that's what's going to put Democrats in contention is those districts. So far, Weber County is a 10-point spread for Evan McMullen. I mean, I don't expect us to have results automatically, but I wonder how McMullen feels because this is the most competitive Senate race we've had since 1974. I mean, I'm being cautiously optimistic about McMullen's chances, but the fact he's doing this well compared, because a lot of these people thought he was going to lose in a landslide, and I thought he was one of them. But I thought at the very least he can walk away proud that this coalition did wonders. Let's see. I'm wondering how Summit County is going to vote because Tooele County isn't going to be competitive. Definitely not Box Elder County. Weber County is competitive. San Juan County, I don't know why I thought McMullen had a chance there. Biden was competitive, but I guess McMullen won't be. But it's too early to call. Kane County, this is interesting. Kane County is one of the most Republican counties in the country, the most Republican county in the state most of the time. So far, McMullen is being treated like a Democrat down there. Piute County was just a disaster for McMullen. Millard County and Juab County. But so far, Democrats are hopeful that the other Senate races, we're able to project that Ted Budd will be the next United States Senator from North Carolina. North Carolina, once again, is out of reach for Democrats. Arizona, they haven't updated in a few hours, but Democrats are feeling good about their chances to... I guess they have, or maybe they haven't, but... Let's check Arizona's gubernatorial race because it's been a minute since they updated the results, I think. If Katie Hobbs wins this thing, I'm going to be shocked because, in terms of what her chances would be of actually getting something done, Republicans are inching closer. They need 50 seats at this point to take the House of Representatives. Some Western districts are coming back and voting for the Democrats. Interestingly enough, New York Times isn't showing which districts flipped and which ones did not. I wish they would. But so far, some districts they're expected to win narrowly. They've actually just won. Wisconsin is too close. Pennsylvania is increasingly less close. So with North Carolina done, we only have 9 Senate races left. And let's be honest, Hawaii and Washington aren't going, so that would be 47, 46, 47, 48, possibly 49. And the House race, so far, McMullen. If McMullen were to have won Salt Lake County by a much bigger margin than he has right now, I think he would have a better chance. But he has to win. He'd have to win in Weber County. He'd have to win in Davis County and Morgan County and Summit County as well. And he'd have to get better numbers than Biden everywhere. But he'd have to crush Mike Lee, absolutely crush Mike Lee to carry the election. That's why it's because all these counties vote almost the same, even if the margins are slightly different. Okay, Democrats are inching up as well. I'm expecting they'll sweep Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. They've already swept Rhode Island. They've won in Vermont, unsurprisingly. All they got to do is they've held on to Kansas. All they got to do now is if they can flip Colorado's 3rd district, which they'll lose in 2024. They got to win in the 3rd district of Washington. They got to sweep Western Washington State. If they can sweep Western Oregon, they're good to go. Because that would almost cancel out their losses tonight. Alabama is all good. Georgia's good. I don't know what time I started this, but it's been 4 hours. Oh well. I don't know. I might keep this going till maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. Let's see. Iowa is tied almost. But the other districts are competitive. Let's go back to Utah. And now it's trending the other way. I mean, imagine if like 100% of the early vote was counted before everything else. I wonder what McMullen's chances would have been looking like, what the numbers look like now. Can you imagine if the polls were off in favor of Democrats in Arizona? That'd be crazy. Democrats probably feel a little nervous right now because they're 48 seats away of losing the House majority. But California, again, hasn't come back yet. I mean, a lot of these districts, they called one for Barbara Lee, but nothing else has been called yet. And Democrats should have been contesting every House district in this cycle because then they'd be getting more votes. They'd be getting more and more votes. So far, it's too close to call in Wisconsin, and it's too close to call in Pennsylvania. It's too close to call in Georgia. It is too. Well, let's be honest. Washington's going to go blue. New Hampshire's safe. Honestly, the media was worrying about nothing. Don Bolduc was just not a good candidate. Belknap and Coos County were the only counties that voted for him, and it was not by that much. But I wonder if this was a strict binary two-way race, how would the numbers break down? Come on, Kentucky, please vote for that pro-life amendment. Please vote for that pro-life amendment. Okay, it is getting way closer now. It was like failing badly. Now it's just trailing. At this point, I don't expect it to be 20 points, but it's almost 20 points. Broward County, I mean, a lot of these places like Gadsden County was the only really strong anti-DeSantis vote. But my God, Charlie Crist got crushed tonight. It's a DeSantis wave election. Oh, and for governor of Oregon, how's that going? Wow, that is close. That is particularly close. Because when you look at it, Speaker Kotek and Senator Johnson split the Democratic vote, which that's not to blame Johnson. That's just to saying the facts. Former Representative Drazan could win. It's possible, but I mean, she's running against 36 years of failure in terms of Republicans being able to win the governorship. She's running against the odds here. So let's look at the United States Senate. Well, hopefully this is the last time I have to hear Stacey Abrams' name. We're able to project that the state of Hawaii will re-elect its Democratic senator. That means it's, again, a tied Senate. The state of Wisconsin slightly narrows up. The state of Pennsylvania has narrowed up. It's a 1-point difference. Too close to call. State of Georgia is a 9,000 vote difference. If there was no runoff laws, which the Republicans could have changed that before the election, it would look likely that Herschel Walker could have picked up that seat. But now Republicans are going to have to face a potential runoff in December. Wisconsin is not a 3-point difference. It's a 2-point difference. Oh, yeah, it is a 3-point difference. Never mind. Now let's look at the governorship in Wisconsin. That is pretty close. If Governor Evers is reelected, that's impressive that he could withstand a red ripple like that. And have they called Pennsylvania for governor? I think they should by now. They really should consider. Yeah, well, I mean, when you're down by 500,000 votes, that's not a good sign. Philadelphia County voted for Josh Shapiro by 69 points, and it voted for John Fetterman by 62 points. Now he's up by almost 50,000 votes. That should be reassuring to him. Can you imagine the Democrats pick up in Montana? That would be funny. But I don't know. I just, if Democrats retain Congress, I wish they would take this as a lesson to have learned here, but I don't expect them to do that. So North Carolina's gone, Ohio's gone, Alabama is gone. I mean, all these potential Senate races that Democrats wanted, Ohio, Missouri, Alabama, North Carolina, are gone. Now the question is, can they win in Pennsylvania? I mean, because they're not winning in Alaska. That's just not going to happen. So 47. So at least they have at minimum 47 seats. Democrats have a minimum 47 seats. So now the remaining 6 Senate seats will decide the election. I feel like more voters in Utah should have given McMullen a chance. I think he was kind of dogged on a little excessively, if you ask me. Some people are just a little too much about political parties, I think. I mean, because I am a libertarian. I voted for McMullen, and I mean, it wasn't my most enthusiastic vote, but it's like, well, I'm tired of people like Mike Lee that are like, I'm for term limits, and then they decide not to run again. They decide to run again after saying, 2 terms I'm out or 3 terms I'm out, and like Orrin Hatch. I mean, I knew Mitt Romney was going to win. There was no way he was going to lose, but here we are. I think it would have been funny if Mitt Romney would have endorsed McMullen. So open seats at change of parties. Democrats have lost 3 seats to Republicans. Democrats have flipped. Have won an open seat. It's a new district, so they've picked up a seat. But no Republican held seats have been won by Democrats. 3 Democratic held seats were won by Republicans. Oh, how's Karen Bass doing? Let's go find out. In California. But first, my home state. Okay. Alex Padilla and Gavin Newsom have been reelected. I'm not surprised. But Democrats are going to retain control of the California legislature. Let's see. Most of these races are as are expected. Ooh, Los Angeles. Now this is a close race, but only 12% of precincts are reporting, so we won't know who will be the next mayor of Los Angeles. Pennsylvania, I think they're going to be on the cusp of a call at some point. Wisconsin is 72,000 vote difference. But now it's a tied Senate again. And interestingly, it feels like every 8 years, Oklahoma is going to have 2 Senate races on the ballot. Except Democrats were never competitive in either of them. Now let's check out Kansas for governor. Laura Kelly is now only up by a plurality. That constitutional amendment Republicans were pushing is down. Look how, like, Florida, Missouri, Illinois, Pennsylvania, a lot of these counties are voting to the left of the 2020 results. North Dakota, A lot of these western counties are voting. If this independent had his supporters gone to the Republicans, this would have been a bloodbath. Sioux County would be very close. Rolette County would be red. But if these counties went the other way around, you would be seeing a hugely more competitive Senate race. Kelly Armstrong is the projected winner in North Dakota. I mean, that was to be expected. Iowa's gone. Democrats once again got fooled in that state. They're up by 50,000 in Pennsylvania, and they're down by 72, almost 72,000 votes in Wisconsin. Also, Governor of New York, how's that going? Because I mean, honestly, Kathy Hochul's going to win this, and I don't support her. I mean, I'd like to imagine a third party would have won, but I just don't see how the Republicans, if they haven't won the governorship of New York by now in the night, it's not going to happen. And I wonder how Joe Biden is feeling tonight because of the fact that many of these governor races haven't been called yet. Like, the Senate hasn't moved hardly at all. So now, once again, Democrats have made some gains. For the first time since 2019, they've picked up some seats. The House, as for the Senate, they haven't picked up any. I don't know. I hope Democrats try this strategy in 2024 with the state of Utah and the. Yes. They just called California and Hawaii for Democrats, and Democrats picked up a brand new seat in Texas because they had to create two new ones. Democrats picked up one of them. It is. Well, the New York Times has him only up by 1,000 votes. It looks like it was going down into a tie where Walker was up, and now it looks like it's just going to be a close tie.
It shouldn't even be fucking close. Fuck that piece of shit.
Wisconsin.
No, it's okay. I'm not saying fuck you. You're okay.
Wisconsin is near tie. I wasn't surprised that issue passed so high. Wow, I didn't expect North Carolina to be back first. She's the former state chief justice. I'm sure he's lost about 400 votes in 2020.
I'm on part 46. And I feel my mental sanity wearing away.
Well, then don't listen.
Well, it's mind blowing. How many times people are being so ridiculously sarcastic, it couldn't even be more sarcastic. And it completely takes it seriously.
She's like, I think 78.
So I saw a comment. that was like,
Fetterman is up by 62,000. Pops is looking good. Who? Pops overlay. Oh yeah, early vote. Like she's beating her. She's the Democratic Secretary of State. That's good.
up in the Walker.
Sarah
I
Huckabee
saw a
Sanders.
comment, and mind you, this
Won
video
by
was
20
made in
votes.
like 2020, so the year before it even happened. So,
Oh shit, Wisconsin's gonna go. I think it's
and
gonna go red.
somebody said,
The state's the
and I looked at the date, and it was published like last same time the video was published. It said, you know, everyone's laughing now, but with the curtains closed, and performance is over, no one will be
8
laughing.
sentences
It's like,
left.
God, that's eerily foreshadowing.
Yeah.
My God. And you saw a bunch of people like recently like replying, they're like, holy fuck, we voted for it, it'll be cheap. Good night, boys.
15,000 votes. The New York Times says 1,000. So,
It's so close. I don't like how close it is.
but New York Times says it's 1,000, so I don't know which way it goes. Beasley was the former North Carolina Supreme Court Chief Justice. She lost by 400 votes in 2020.
The last name Bud makes me think it's Sergeant David or Ron.
DeSantis.
DeSantis beat.
Look, Ron Fetterman.
He's up.
But just barely.
Oh, that's actually a
It's-
drop.
Not
shit.
enough. It's not close. It's too close.
DeSantis beat Charlie Crist by over 20 points. He won all but 4 counties. That's not good when he wins Miami as a Democrat.
You guys stay up all night watching that.
I'm not going.
I know it's your Super Bowl switch.
I'm not gonna watch something. I mean, the Senate.
You know what you
Yeah.
should do in the future is pencil in the day after off, so you can stay up all night watching it. No, seriously.
I'll probably do it for 24th.
Yeah, definitely for 24.
Oh yeah.
So you can stay up all night. Good night, Dad.
Anyway, so far the races have been coming down to the wire. I'm surprised. I thought the House would be called faster, but I guess not. Oh boy, that's not a good sign. Now McMullen's down by almost 12 points. Anyway, state of New York. I'm surprised it was this close in New York. I thought it wouldn't be, but good for the Republicans. Ooh, another race has been called. We called Washington finally. Was wondering when they were going to do that. Brian Kemp, they might as well call him the projected winner. Wisconsin is almost 100,000, well, 71,000 votes. The state of the vote in Pennsylvania is close, but I think Fetterman has a fighting chance. That's interesting. Just this whole thing is so interesting. Let's see. How is the race going for New York election results overall? I wish they would do the elections almost like in the morning or in the middle of the day. I don't know. Democrats, so far, all their proposed ballot measures are up. Wisconsin, I don't know. If all of the Mandela Barnes vote, however many people will have voted for him overall, if they counted that right now, I'm wondering, what the numbers would look like. And then they add in the Ron Johnson vote, and then we'd know for certain. But so far, the Senate is going to come down to 7 additional seats. Because let's take the seats where Republicans are up. Oh, Warnock's back up. Oh yeah, and we're able to project the state of Louisiana will go to John Kennedy. He will win the seat without any need for a runoff. Democrats are up in the state of Pennsylvania. They are, slightly close. They're keeping the gap kind of similar in Wisconsin. Actually, no, it's a 75,000 vote gap. That's not good for them. 2,000 vote lead in Georgia. Arizona, they've been really slow counting the votes. They're down by 12 in the state of Utah. The polls are closing at 1 in the morning. I am not staying up that late for that. I am not interested in staying up that late. Ultimately, all I can say is on the House of Representatives level, Democrats have just posted a bunch of seats, but Republicans have only captured 5 seats since I last checked. Democrats have captured a bunch. So I don't think we're going to know for a while, but I think Democrats have done some impressive stuff. But so far, I have not heard of any seats going from red to blue in this election. People said it was going to be a blue wave. They were wrong. United States Senate, United States House of Representatives. Brian Kemp, he was pretty much reelected governor, wasn't he? Yeah, he was reelected governor. I mean, come on, it's Georgia. You can't expect it was going to flip right now. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, oh, it's raining outside. That's pretty. That's always good. Okay. Okay, as for the United States House of Representatives, so far the United States House has so far, the House, 37, almost 2/3 of the House races have been called. The Senate Democrats are tied, which would be as a result of which way did it go? McMullen. Let's see. Morgan and Summit County, because I think northeastern Utah is where he would need to win, and I mean heavily win if he's going to have a chance at becoming the next United States Senator. Arizona, they're kind of useless for reporting results from Arizona. So let me go to state. Arizona. Let's see. Arizona. Utah legislature. I mean, let's be honest. That went Republican. Yeah, they have retained control of the legislature. My home district is going Republican. Oh, gosh. Alrighty, let's see. Arizona. I am honestly stunned. Huh. Only a 39 vote deficit in the House. That's interesting. How is Los Angeles doing? Huh. I mean, I'm expecting Republicans to take the House. Oh, we're able to project that the state of Pennsylvania will elect another Democratic governor. Josh Shapiro is the governor-elect of Pennsylvania. He will beat Doug Mastriano. He will be the governor-elect, and he will have to appoint another state attorney general. Governor Tom Wolf. That is impressive. That is a very impressive margin for a non-incumbent, especially when this is your party's third term. Now, we know Fetterman will be replaced by a Democrat. However, will Fetterman replace a Republican? So in 2016, he ran for the seat, and he lost in the Democratic primary, placing third, winning his home county in western Pennsylvania. Now he's the big cheese in this Senate race, but so far, 82% of precincts are reporting, and it is too close to call. 87% of precincts reporting. He's up by only 40,000 votes. Wisconsin is increasingly less, not going that well. Wisconsin is, 74,000 votes. Governor Evers is up by only 20,000. By this rate, I think Governor Evers is going to lose. If Wisconsin's third somehow stays blue, then that helps Democrats. I mean, Republicans only need to pick up 5 seats to take the House, but at the same time, they've been doing a bang-up job now with 137 seats. Lauren Boebert's still trailing. Marjorie Taylor Greene, her district is only a 32-point margin. That's interesting. I mean, we know Stacey Abrams is not going to win. As for Raphael Warnock, I'm amazed he's done this well. And then you got Wisconsin. I mean, I know McMullen's not going to win, but it'd be nice if he would win. I'm probably going to wrap this up about the 5-hour mark. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Let's do one more check. The needle forecast has that going for House control. The Senate is leaning to the Democrats. But when are they calling? When are they showing Nevada's results for the Senate? Because Nevada, they've been quiet on. I mean, the polls have just closed as of now, which is weird. I mean, I know it's different time zone, but come on, people. A 63-point margin versus a 69-point margin. So if he could just do better in Philadelphia, he would probably be able to win. But that's interesting. I don't think anyone doubted Josh Shapiro because no stroke. If Fetterman didn't do that debate, maybe he would have won. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you always can. Red Wave, all that. I think it's probably Maida Flores. How's her district doing? Oh, she's down. Her seat might flip. I don't know. Maybe your party stayed home because they thought the election was going to be rigged no matter what. I don't know. I'm not an expert at how Republicans behave. Let's see. Let's see how's Fetterman doing. Oh, he's only up by 42,000 votes. I mean, that's better than being down by 42,000, but let's see. A 37 vote edge in the House. These two districts are going to go. I mean, I'm expecting Republicans to take the House, but so far Democrats are holding their own, and that's impressive. Ooh, the number even moved down a little bit. I mean, Republicans are going to take the House, but the margin keeps narrowing up. And if they keep increasing that seat count, maybe that number might go down. I don't know. Joe Walsh. I mean, I have to agree. They have not even called the results yet. I love how people are already calling the Senate race when the results haven't even been updated. Now it's a 27,000 vote lead. I mean, I don't expect him to win outright, but I expect a runoff to be forced. Because, now Oregon might stay blue, so by this point, I think that's enough. I'm gonna call it a night. So, let me just check these last couple races. Fetterman. Ooh, Fetterman. Where was he? Where was he last? Oh, still up by 42,000 votes. That's interesting. That's very interesting. The House level, nothing's changed. I don't think the Huh. That's an interesting win. That's a disaster for Democrats there. Now, how about Wisconsin? Oh, yeah. I keep getting distracted. Wisconsin governor. That's close. That's a nail biter. Yes, Senate. Nothing's been called. Texas is done. Ron DeSantis is won. Nothing else has been called, so we're just going to quickly skip to the end here. But I wonder why it's taking so long for them to call some of these races. I don't know. Anyway, that will be all for now, guys. I hope you have a good night. I'll update you guys tomorrow.